Honourable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, when none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. I think the former chief whip is so enthused with that position that he doesn't want to even abandon that post in spite of the bigger post of being the minister responsible for roads and highways. Anyway, honorable members, let's turn to item 5, correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. Votes and proceedings, we start with page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10. Okay. The variable leader and member for Afajato South.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, I think today what we have is qualified to be called Bible. It's big enough. But Speaker, page 9, item IV, the real spelling for the name of the governor comes without H. That's a Siama. There's no H attached to it. So if the clerk at table could take note and correct accordingly. Thank you.
Very well. I think I am a Siama, and I know his Siama is without H. That is right. So, table, kindly acknowledge that correction. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes. Available
thank
leader.
you once again. Speaker, page 16, item XI, line 5. Speaker, sorry, let me go to XII instead. We have the very last line, Sefiria-Su, Forest District of Western Region. I think Wiaso is in Western North region. So if we are talking about the administrative region, then the records ought to be corrected.
You said X what?
That's XII, the very last line. Sefiria-Su District of Western Region. It's supposed to be Western North. If you go through the record.
Well, probably this is an administrative region, but I think we are talking of forestry region. Table, just check. Because if it is a forestry region, then that might be right.
Yeah, because subsequently it's been acknowledged properly as Western North.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So if the clerk could check as you directed, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Table, just take note of that. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Yes, Honorable Member for Fajato South and
Speaker,
available leader.
Speaker, given the volume of what we are correcting, I think if you could direct consequentially so that the clerk at table could take a total look at the forest district and the region they belong to.
Well.
Because we have here Takwa district of the central region.
Of the central region, Takwa.
Region. That's page 22, XLI. The very last line, Takwa region of the central region. Takwa district of the central region.
Takwa Forest District of the central region.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not challenging you, but table, just take note of it. It could be that indeed Takwa within the forestry region may fall within it. So just check. So page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page number 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page number 40. Page 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page number 50. Page 51. Page 52. Page 53. page 54, page 55, page 56, page 57, page 58, page 59, page 60, page number 61, page 62, page 63, page 64, page 65, page 66, page 67, page 68, page 69, page number 70, page 71, page 72, page 73, page 74, page 75, page 76, page 77, page 78, page 79, page number 80, page 81, page 82. Yes, Honorable Leader and Member for Fajatu South.
Speaker, thank you. Just a minor error, Speaker. Under paragraph 2, the motion that has been moved.
Paragraph 2 of page
82, please. The motion that has been moved by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Emmanuel Amakofibua. The seconder, I think there is some form of confusion there. The record have it here that's seconded by Mr. Richie de Champon, then Sanja Nanja. I'm sure I was here yesterday when we considered this. So almost all throughout, the vice chairman was the one seconding. But then if the clerk at table could check so that there should be one seconder. But over here, the records have it that we have double or two people who have seconded the motion.
Thank you very much. So table, just check the records and see who actually was the seconder. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Afajatu South. We turn to page 83, page 84, page 85, page 86, page 87, page 88, page 89, page number 90, page 91, page 92, page 93, page 94, page 95, page 96, page 97, page 98, page 99, page number 100, page 101, page 102, page 103. Yes, Honorable Member for Fajatu South.
Speaker, thank you so much. Just a minor error for correction. Page 103, XVIII. The coordinating director, the word coordinating director, research and data management. The word management has inadvertently been spelled wrongly. I think there is omission of A.
That is Mr. Mohammed Hadi
Yes,
Nyazi, Coordinating Director, Research, Data Management, and Library Services.
Yes. The word management has been spelled wrongly. Management. Thank you.
Very well. Very well. table kindly take note of that correction. So we turn to page 104, page 105, page 106, and finally page 107. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, the 24th July 2024, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have two sets of official reports. The first one is Wednesday, the 16th July 2025 edition. 16 July 2025 edition. The official report of 16 July 2025 edition. I take it lastly, the official report of 16 July 2025 edition. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 16 July 2025 edition is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Again, we have the Thursday, 17 July 2025 edition of the official report. 17 July 2025 edition of the official report. I take the last one, 17 July 2025 edition of the official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Thursday, the 17th July 2025, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leadership.
Speaker.
Available leader, and now when I refer to leadership, you are among. Yes.
Speaker, we have to help our colleague who is standing instead. But I must commend him. He's showing brilliance and potential. Speaker, we need to encourage
his
him.
diligence in
Yes, very diligent. Speaker, may I advise the available leader to come under Order 67-2 and seek the leave of the Speaker so that we can vary order of business. We are related to the Minister. And then we can go on to Order Paper Addendum and take item 1C. Available leader.
No, let the available leader do it, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Speaker, thank you very much. May I adopt the words of the Minority Chief Whip as if they were totally mine, and in doing so, Speaker, may I plea that you vary the order of business in accordance with Order 67-2, so that we take Order Paper Addendum 1C. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, as the Minority Chief Whip said, I think he's showing a lot of promising. Well. So the leave granted, and we will move to public business. Yes. So we've been invited to take the addendum paper 1, presentation of papers. You say we are taking the C instead. Very well. So, Chairman of the Committee on Roads and Transport.
Report of the Committee on Roads and Transportation on the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025. Report of the Committee on Roads and Transportation on determination of the urgency of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the reports of 1CIII have been duly presented. I direct that the reports are distributed to honorable members. Yes. I've done them together. I've taken them together. Yes, Comfort.
Mr. Speaker, I would plead if the Roads Minister can stand in for Minister of Health to lay the item 8 to SIVV for us. So I submit item 8. Item 8A, Minister of Health. Then item A, B, A, C. The Minister of Roads is here so that he will do that for us.
Yes, Minority Leadership, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we don't have a problem acceding to that request, but it should be done chronologically. It should be done one after the other. So if the Deputy Whip will rather couch her request that the Road Minister should instead take item 1A, II. Then when we are done, we can proceed. Then she can proceed to make another request if same minister will take item 8B and so on and so forth. She appears to be lumping the two together, the A and the B. So let's do the first one, and then we can proceed to the second.
Mr. Speaker, so I plead the Minister of Roads and Transport do the item 8A. He is coming, he's on the way coming. He will soon get here.
Are we doing 8A? Yes. Leave granted. Minister, may you do so on your colleague's behalf.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Mental Health Authority for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana AIDS Commission for the year 2024.
Honourable members, let's turn to the main order paper. Item listed 8, presentation of papers. 8A by the Minister of Health, and the Minister for Roads and Highways has done that on his behalf. So the 8AIII have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report back to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I will plead that the Minister of Roads and Transport do item 8B for Minister for Tourism and Art and Culture. But she's not around.
Yes. Honourable members, the leave granted, Minister for Roads and Highway, may you do so on your colleague's behalf.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Tourism Authority for the year 2024.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. The statement is referred to the Committee on Trade, Industry, and Tourism for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will plead the Minister of Roads and Transport do same for the local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. Item 8C, I and II.
Very well. No, it goes to XIV.
Mr. Speaker, up to SIV.
Good.
So the Minister of
Thank
Roads
you.
and Transport.
Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, once again, you do us the honors and do the presentation on your colleague's behalf.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akuapem North Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akuapem South Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Etiwa East District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Amansia West District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Etiwa Achima Ngwabieja North District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akem North Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ablikuma Central Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwahu West Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asene Manso Akroso District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kolik Lote Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Sagnarigu Municipal Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Gomoa West District Assembly for the year 2024. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akrufum District Assembly for the year 2024.
Honorable members, the statements of 8C, I, up to XIV have been duly presented. I direct that all these statements are given to the Committee on Local Government for consideration and report back to the House. Yes, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I plead we turn to addendum motion number 7.
Very well. Honorable members, let me invite you to the addendum paper. Item listed 7 on page 3, motion, and the motion will be taken by the chairman of the Roads and Transport Committee. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, your committee met with the minister in connection with the bill, the road the road, the road.
Honorable Chairman, you are taking the procedural motion first.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I think the chairman may be right because the leader had called that item, but we should have been on the other paper addendum and start with the procedural motion, which is item 2. No, motion number 6 on page 2.
Motion numbers on the main paper?
No, addendum. It's on the addendum paper. No, it's not 6.
6.
Yes. So it's motion addendum paper, item 6 on page 2.
Very well.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that addendum number 7 be adopted and number 6 be adopted.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Senyako.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is procedural motion. So I'll put the question. The question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 6 in today's order paper addendum say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby carried. Chairman, you can now take motion 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee was accordingly referred to in respect of the bill, Road Infrastructure, Road Maintenance Bill 2025.
Chairman, you normally have to do the motion first, then you add up with the committee's report.
Okay.
I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. Normally, you move the motion first. I move that so and so. Then afterwards, you seek leave to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion must be adopted, and in doing so, I respectfully read the committee's report accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, we all need to help one another. So now we have moved the procedural motion, which is item 6. Now we are going on to item 7, which is a substantive motion. So, Chairman, what you need to do is to read everything there. But there are 2 processes. You can either read everything or say that you rise to move that item numbered 7 on page 3 of the addendum paper be moved. You so move. So you have 2 options. I'll advise you to read everything there. Then afterwards, you can present your report.
Thank you, Minority Whip. Honorable members, we learn from each other. So, I mean, it's good that...
Speaker,
yes.
I beg to move that the Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Roads and Transportation in the determination of the Agency of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025. Speaker, in so doing, I present the report accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as referred to the committee met the minister responsible for the ministry, and we were informed that the need for this bill to be taken on certificate of urgency is required. Mr. Speaker, the minister informed that the minister informed the committee that the bill is being laid before the House under a certificate of urgency. According to him, the deteriorated condition of many roads across the country poses immediate threats to the public safety, impeding economic activities and escalating road maintenance costs. Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the delays in establishing a dedicated and efficient funding mechanism as proposed in the bill will worsen the current infrastructure deficit and increase long-term rehabilitation expenses. Mr. Speaker, given the pressing need to address the deteriorating road conditions and ensure the safety and reliability of the national road network, the committee finds the rationale for the invoking the certificate of urgency to be well-founded. Mr. Speaker, the timely passage of the bill will enable the ministry responsible to implement essential interventions without delay, thereby serving the best interests of the public and contributing to national development. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Now let me turn to the ranking to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, ably moved by my chairman. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I want to add a few words to the report, the committee report. Mr. Speaker, your committee met with the ministry and the agencies to determine the agency of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill, which was laid in this House yesterday. Mr. Speaker, after carefully listening to the minister, the committee of the view that this bill need to be taken through under the certificate of urgency so that the ministry can have the act in place and set up the needed mechanism to be able to manage the fund. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, because of the delays in setting up or in passing this bill, most of the contractors that are working under the road fund project have not been paid because there's no board in place, governing board in place to ensure the disbursement of allocation of the road fund that are being earmarked for the road fund. So I believe we need to do it now, get it done now, so that the minister will be able to set up, have the governing board in place. Then they can start with the disbursement of funds to various contractors that have performed activities under the road fund. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House. Now, this is a bill that we cannot reject it. This is a bill that needs our urgent attention. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we will be rising next week. I don't know which day we'll be rising. If we are not able to consider this bill now, what it means is that we have to wait till October, ending of October. I'm sure by that time, all the contractors will leave site and the road will be, it will get worse. So I think we have to spend some time as a House to make sure we are able to work on this bill and get it passed today before we rise. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House to look into it as whether the House should accept that we should take it in an urgent manner. So this is what we are looking at now, that the motion be taken as a matter of urgency. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we confided in our colleague across the aisle so that we will take one and leadership, because it's just the agency of the bill, not the substantive bill itself.
Well, yes, let me go to Honorable Member for Dambai. Bandai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the motion moved by the chairman for rules. Mr. Speaker, in as much as I want to support this motion, because as a House and as a nation, we all know the importance of rules. It is an undeniable fact that if we don't do something quickly on our rules, especially this season that the rains have started, most commuters are suffering. And I think that I want to support that this particular bill or this particular motion be taken under the certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I want to draw the House attention to a growing trend. Most of the ministers today quickly run under certificates of urgency in this House. And if we are not lucky, Mr. Speaker, we'll be abusing this particular privilege. In as much as I agree that there will be times that we have to take motions under certificates of urgency, it shouldn't be the norm. It shouldn't be the norm. Although I support this particular one, but I want as a House, and to also let the ministers know that as a House, we need to do things in a normal form. We should just be using this opportunity wisely, else we'll be abusing it. Every reason is tangible. Every minister will come here and will want to always come under certificate of urgency. And I think that, Mr. Speaker, we should look at it. But having said this, I strongly believe that rules are important and the road fund has to be established. Get the minister opportunity so that disbursements can be done to support the contractors. But I also want to urge the minister, in as much as we support him, we will urge him that if it is done, as early as possible, he should try and support the contractors that he can so that work can commence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for South Afajatu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, it's obvious your committee has done an excellent job as far as the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill is concerned. Speaker, the importance of roads in our national development cannot be overemphasized. From education to health, agriculture to industry, we are all very much aware of its importance and significance. Speaker, I think that the issue that excites me most, for which reason I will call on the House without any delay to consider this particular bill under certificate of urgency, is the fact that Speaker is going to introduce equity into the attention that we give to our roads nationwide. Speaker, there is a common phenomenon where a certain part of this country, every now and then, you see that government after government, we keep laying asphalt after asphalt, while the rest of the country, the districts are there. And most of the districts that are without even roads, they are coincidentally the production zones of the country. And so today, it's not surprising that foods are so cheap at the production centers, but then they are so expensive at the centers where we consume them. And so the only thing we can do is to consider this bill, give power and authority to the road fund for the board to be constituted so that contractors can be given the needed attention so that we have the roads to bring the food from the production centers to the centers of the city where we consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as much as the...
Are you up on your feet? Did you want to comment? Anyway. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the agreement was 1-1 and leadership so that we can move. Mr. Speaker, like I was saying, I think the intent, all intent and purposes of the bill is good. If you check the report with regards to the purpose of the bill, is to establish a road maintenance trust fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, my difficulty to this bill, not the bill itself, it is the form in which the bill is being introduced into the House. Certificate of agency. Minister, I don't think that the bill, as much as good as it is, and we all need the bill, we could at least be able to bring it through the normal form. Because there's already delay in the Constitution or in constituting the road fund. That has delayed a lot of payments and other things. The road fund board, that would have been able to help in the payments of many of the road contractors. Majority of road contractors are already out of sight now. So my thinking, even though this is good, you could have at least constitute the road fund board which would have been functional before you introduce the Road Maintenance Trust Fund bill. Now, bringing it under certificate of agency, under this sitting alone, we have had too many certificate of agency with regards to bills. I think that Parliament, we are abusing the certificate of agency in terms of introducing bills, which we need to do diligent work in whatever we have to do. Now, this one will further go to, it will further delay the payments to road contractors. You haven't formed the road fund board. You are now introducing a road maintenance bill, which the bill will be passed. Then you have to now constitute for that. We will now be able to look for money to pay. So, Minister, the reasons that is being attributed in terms of the justification of the bill in paragraph 4 of the report 601, it is an indication as to what we should do. As much as the bill itself is good, but the agency, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at it critically so that moving forward, we don't always have to introduce bills into this House through a certificate of agency. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the Minister's attention that the reasons that you have attributed to the agency of the bill and what you intend to do, I think that it is good, it is beautiful, it will help, and it will strengthen what you want to do in the road sector. And I think when this one is going to replace the road fund, that is my thinking. If it is not so, that's another thing you can clarify. But at the end of the day, when a formula is brought to Parliament, then we'll be able to have a look at it so that we can all be participants. Previously, I don't think this bill is going to be like how the road fund used to function, whereby you have 70 or 30% from the other sectors coming for them to determine how road contractors are being paid. But I think this one will bring, it will bring clarity as to how road contractors will be paid. It will bring clarity as to what we should prioritize in terms of payment. And since members of Parliament will be approving the formula, I think it's a good one. So, Mr. Speaker, without much, I support the bill so much, but I don't think that it should have come under the certificate of agency. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that we don't even need to complain about it because we need it very urgent. So if it's coming under the certificate of agency, it's on the right direction. Mr. Speaker, this is a minister who is always serious and ready to work and always in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, he's ready to fix our roads.
Yes,
and we will need this bill so that he can go ahead and do diligence to our roads. Even today at a committee meeting, he was there when there is pressure from Adan calling why they didn't hear their name. Our roads from Kasset to Adanfor, from Adanfor, Totope to Otrokpe and others, all the roads are bad. So if we would delay on this bill, it will be a problem for us. Mr. Speaker, today I have to be in Adan because next week is Asafotu. I have to meet the chiefs. But because of the nature of our road in Adan, I will need this bill. And I need to be here to make sure it's passed so that they fix our roads. So, Mr. Speaker, let us all support and make sure we pass it today for the minister to form the board and then make sure he bring all the contractors back to the road. We need to work before we can fix our roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill and I'm urging everybody in this House to support it, and we should all sit in the chamber and make sure we pass it today. So I'm assuring the people of Adan that their roads will soon be filled. So they should all be praying that this bill is passed today, and we'll make sure the roads is filled. Yes, I know it's not only Adan Road, but I'm telling you, today I'm to meet my chiefs. I have a meeting with the chiefs today, but because of this road bill, and I want my road to be fixed in Adan, that's why I couldn't go, and I'm here. Other roads too will be fixed. and the Adan Road will be fixed. So let us all support it. So I'm pleading with the chiefs that I couldn't meet them today because we need to fix our roads, and this bill must be passed. And I'm here to support the bill and make sure we pass the bill for our roads to be fixed. So very soon, Adan, you will see changes.
Honorable Leader, the angle of your discussion is a bit controversial. Everybody here will have wished to hear the roads in his or her constituency mentioned. Mine was not mentioned, and the minister is laughing. Anyway, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 7 in the other paper addendum, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. And honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion 7 in the other paper addendum is hereby adopted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on other paper addendum, page 3, number 8, the motion.
Number 8, is the report ready?
The report, Minister, I hope the report is ready. Mr. Speaker, the report is ready. Mr. Speaker, the report is ready. We are in a hurry to fix our roads.
I don't have the report, so I can't call to it.
Copies are coming. They are bringing you copies. Watch your console. Copies are there. Watch there. Read from the console.
Well. So my minority chief whip has okayed it. So we will turn to page 3, motion 8. Motion 8. The Minister for Roads and Highways. Motion 8. Other paper addendum. You just move the motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that motion numbered 8 in today's order paper at page 3 be moved today, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the motion has been moved. The chairman or the ranking, will you second? Chairman, just second, and let's have the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. On the seconded motion, I respectfully present the report. But I beg to request...
Hold on, let me. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, the chairman cannot second. This is second reading in line with Order 105. He can't second. You should be speaking in support of the motion and present the report. You can't second at second reading.
Well. So, honorable members, you see, we are all learning. So, Chairman, just support the motion.
I rise to support the motion as moved by the Minister. Mr. Speaker, and in the presentation of the report, there are minor issues that I need to get it corrected. And Mr. Speaker, in the report, which is before members, clause 8.2, line 10, the committee unanimously agreed to retain the conventional appointment procedure and proposed that the appointment process should involve ministerial consultation and not ministerial nomination as provided in the report. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want to make reference to the referral to the committee. The committee did meet and consider, as we presented the certificate of urgency, we had to go and consider it as such. Mr. Speaker, you realize that the need for roads our roads are in a state that we need to ensure that they are properly managed and properly, sought to. This bill will sought to bring sanity, will sought to ensure that there is sustainable funding for our roads across the country. And as colleagues were talking about it during the urgency presentation, we have to ensure that we have appropriate funding, and sustainability in this sector. So, Mr. Speaker, the justification for this bill is the proposed Road Maintenance Trust Fund bill. It's necessary to provide a dedicated and sustainable source of funding for the regular maintenance of Ghana's road network. This is undisputable and this is unchallenged. The current system is inadequate, leading to rapid road deterioration, increased accidents, and high vehicle operating costs. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, we think that I respectfully submit that this report be accepted and that the road maintenance trust fund bill be adopted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and the chairman has read the committee's report. It is now before the House for consideration. Before then, Chairman, ranking, before I invite you to speak, indulge me to acknowledge our children who have come from various points of the country to come and witness what is going on in the chamber. The first school at the public gallery is Humanity Intellectual Academy. Humanity Intellectual Academy. They are being led by Dr. Wahid Musa, who is the principal, and the school is located in the Pro-East constituency. Pro-East constituency. And they are 15 in number. Pro-East constituency. Do you have the MP here?
Yes, the MP
yes.
is here.
So you have to welcome them, eh? Very well. You can resume your seat. Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Dr. Wahid is a very industrious son of our land and has been here. In actual sense, the school is not located in Pro-East, but he is from Pro-East and the school is in Greater Accra here. So he's done well for Pro-East. Everywhere he goes, the light shines. Thank you very much, Dr. Wahid.
Then the school is supposed to be located in Accra. One of the constituencies in Accra. Very well. You are welcome. The second school is Wa Technical Institute. Wa Technical Institute. They are being led by Tihe Wilfred Tihe, who is a teacher. And the school is located in the Wa Central constituency. Wa Central constituency. And they are 25 in number. So you came all the way from Wa. When did you set off? You are welcome. Your minister, who is the MP, is not here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Minister is on a different assignment.
Yes,
so
I know.
We welcome all his students from WA. You are all welcome.
So you are most welcome. You may resume your seat now. The third school is Brent Walker Montessori School. Brent Walker Montessori School. And they are here with the leader, Mavis Donko. Mavis Donko, who is the headmistress. And the school is located in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. Ewutu Senya East constituency. And they are 50 in number. I believe the member of parliament is not here currently. So you are also welcome. You may resume your seat. And the fourth school is Essentials Heaven School Complex. Essentials Heaven School Complex. They are here with their leader, Tete Jonathan. Tete Jonathan, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Botiano English Yamanfrom constituency. Botiano English Yamanfrom constituency. They are 61 in number. So that's your member of parliament. Honorable member, I hope you take good care of them. So you are welcome, and you may resume your seat now. The fifth school is Christian Advantage Preparatory JHS. Christian Advantage Preparatory JHS. They are here with their leader, Owusu Boadu Kwabena. Kwabena Owusu Boadu, who is the administrator, and the school is located in the Oforikrom constituency. Oforikrom constituency. And I think the member is not here yet. And they are 65 in number. 65 in number. You are also welcome. You may resume your seat now. And the last but not the least, is Asafo Presby Basic School. Asafo Presby Basic School. They are here with their leader, Chum Ampofo Thomas, who is the headmaster, and the school is located in the Ebuakwa South constituency. Ebuakwa South constituency. I think Dr. Ajimai is here, and their number is 60. Dr. Ajimai, I hope you have to take good care of them, eh? Well. So all of you, you are welcome, and we wish you well. So you may resume your seat. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, but you know MP is here.
Yes.
Let them see you.
Yes, he waved them.
Botiano, we are fully represented here, and I will make you feel very good.
Well. Abuakwasa, do you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is very instructive to know that stretch of the road, Apeja Asafo, I'm sure it will capture in the bill that we are laying now. So I welcome you all to Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, we return to the motion that has been moved and seconded. So now it is before the House for consideration. Yes, Chairman, ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add a few words to the report which has been presented by my chairman. Mr. Speaker, this report contains details or the rationale and the purpose or justification for this bill to be passed by this House. Mr. Speaker, previously, under the Road Fund Act, sector ministers have been using their discretion in the disbursement of the road fund. Many a times, Mr. Speaker, they do so at the detriment of the rural constituencies or the districts. Most of the money, almost about 80%, is spent in the capital cities, neglecting the rural communities. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to ensure that we bring equity and fairness in the sharing of the road fund. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, there will be a sharing formula where this house, members of this house, will be assured of a certain allocation to their district or to their constituency. So I believe, like we have been doing for GET Fund and NHIS, this is the time this house also needs to avert our mind to the management of this fund. So when we are able to pass this bill, we will now cease to also have the power, because any time the minister is seeking to appropriate any of the fund, he will come to this house. And this house will now approve the formula for sharing. The minister has already indicated that 40% will be allocated to the various districts or constituencies, whilst 60% will be utilized by the agencies under the ministry. I think for a start, it's a good thing, which I want to encourage all members to be able to support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, we've gone through the bill. We've taken time to consider the bill. What is your problem? Mr. Speaker, you have not been called by Mr. Speaker. Honorable member, please. I have the floor, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking, why are you worried?
Yes,
you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe we need to do it. We have taken time to consider all the various clauses in the bill. We have done enough winnowing on the bill. We have seen that there's no much amendment to be done to this bill. There's only just for amendment. So there's no much problem on this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House that we should be able to consider this bill and pass it so that they can form the Board of Trustees to be able to start the disbursement of the fund. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. I can now catch the eye of. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, lately when you hear the figure 60-40, you have to be very careful and alert. Because in the ranking member's submission, he mentioned that the minister said he was going to apply some 60-40 arrangement for constituencies or districts. And it does not find any expression in the report. Where in the report? The minister is here, and this is a house of record. It's nowhere in the report. Mr. Speaker, I know you have a copy of the report on your table. Where is it in the report, ranking member? What have you discussed with the minister and your chairman that we don't know? Mr. Speaker, we need to know because it's very serious. This is a document that will go into the Hansard. And I cannot find any 60-40 arrangement like it was done in the court matter.
Is he proposing or he's speaking to the fact that it's something that has been captured by the report?
The ranking member for Roads, who is now the Minister for Roads, and the longest serving chairman of the Roads Committee. I don't know the arrangement, but we need to know. Suhini is also there. I'm not looking in his direction, but we need to know.
Honorable Patrick Boama, my question is whether the ranking is now proposing that we should inculcate it in the report, or is something that is speaking to the fact that the report has captured 40-60 arrangement. Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of policy.
Let me hear from the ranking himself. Let him hear from the ranking himself whether he is now proposing that he thinks is something that should be.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
It's something that I'm proposing, and I made that proposal in this House and to the minister, that once we are going to use a formula in determination or to decide the disbursement of that, then it should be 40-60 for a start, so that the House members can have the 40 and our constituency or district will also benefit from the road fund. That is what I'm saying. It is in the purview of the House to accept or reject whatever proposal that.
Very well. Yes. So, Honorable he is now proposing. It's not something that the report of the committee is telling us. He's just proposing to the House. Anyway, let me go to Adam. I'll come to you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, which is the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill. Mr. Speaker, across the length and breadth of our country, the story is the same. Deteriorating roads and constituents are always calling on us to ensure that we fix the road infrastructure in our communities. It is for this reason that I support this bill, because this bill presents a structured financing model for maintaining roads that are constructed in our communities. Mr. Speaker, one aspect of the bill which is of interest to me is the fact that when you look at the justification for the bill, it is provided that a digital platform will be provided in ensuring the equitable distribution of funds in this bill to ensure that communities are allocated enough resources based on the economic impact of roads that are in those communities. And for a member of parliament from constituencies that are largely producing food for our community, for our country, when you come to my constituency, Ketu North, we are the biggest producers of rice as a district, and we produce the best quality rice. But when you come to Veta, Avalavia, Pipe, and all those communities where the best rice in Ghana is produced, the road infrastructure in those areas is very terrible. So knowing that this fund will make allocation of funds based on the economic impacts of those roads, I am certain that this bill or this legislation will set the tone for all those roads to be maintained.
I think that is very important, and especially when the committee was considering the bill, is the fact that there is adequate provision in the bill for maintenance of traffic signals. That's been a major challenge for us. And largely, most of the time when you find these traffic signals not functioning, we do not find any agency taking responsibility for it. Sometimes you are told the district assembly is responsible for it. Other times you are even told that the National Road Safety Authority is supposed to be maintaining those traffic signals. Some are saying the Ministry of Roads and Highways, some say the Ministry of Transports. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very confident that with the passage of this bill, there will be clarity as far as where to lay the responsibility in maintaining road traffic signals in this country. Sometimes other agencies or district assemblies will construct the roads and probably not put traffic lights there. I think that the ministry should, as a matter of agency, ensure that this becomes fully their burden, so that at any point in time when we have need to call on somebody to remedy any malady, as far as the traffic signals are concerned, we know where to go. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would end here and hope that we take this bill as is advertised as a certificate of urgency and then do justice to it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm inclined to take one more. Then we have tall orders, so many things to do. So let me go to Andrew, then I go to Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you for the opportunity to make a very brief comment on your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what I like about this bill is that under the justification for the bill, paragraph 2, if you may permit me to read it. Additionally, the bill seeks to introduce a modern performance-based governance framework grounded in geo-referenced diagnostic traffic data and socio-economic impact assessment. Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a perfect thing to do. And so one fact too is that we all need roads. All of us seated here, including those in the gallery. We need roads to our houses. We need roads to our villages. We need roads to our communities. And so, Mr. Speaker, the road sector is one of the important sectors that we have to govern very well. And that is why coming out with this bill, this bill that would give us that constant funding to maintain our roads, that I see to be very important. The culture of maintenance in Ghana is a big problem. And so if we have this source of funding, that we will have a bill to govern it, then we are certain that at any point in time, we will have some money to maintain our roads. And for that matter, it's going to be an equitable system in such a way that the people in Solatona Kalba will not be denied. The people in Adaklo will not be denied. The people in Adan will not be denied. We will all get our fair share. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is something that all of us must support without any doubt. Once again, I thank you. I pray that this bill, when it is in use, we are going to have the maintenance culture. We are going to have our roads well maintained to save us from traffic accidents, to save us from increasing spare parts costs, and to save us from unnecessary deaths. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. God bless Ghana, and God bless the person that came out with the idea that we should have this, and that is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll give the last law to Honorable Dr. Kabilu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill comes to this House with a rationale. The rationale is to provide sustainable, ring-fence funding sources for the maintenance of our road. Mr. Speaker, they also mentioned to this House that the predecessor, that is the road fund, was bedeviled with several lawsuits, and that the intended purpose of that particular fund has come under strict questions. And I will first want to urge the minister that we don't throw the baby away with bad water. We must have to look at the road fund again and see what we can do about it to ensure that it's also fit for purpose, much as we consider this proposed bill that is solely dedicated to the maintenance of the road. Mr. Speaker, I speak on this issue rather passionately because my friend from Manshia, Honorable Lawyer Bafo, tells me that all the time that he's been complaining about bad roads at the seat of the Otumfo, where there are several bad roads in that particular constituency. My friend from Province North also complains every day. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, a question was filed to the minister on roads, Akomadan, Akenkanso, and all those places. Mr. Speaker, I brought questions to this House on the roads in Wale Wale. It means that this particular proposed fund is at the heart of the concern of every member of this House. Much more so those on the other side, because that's the only thing they can justify their inclusion, Mr. Speaker. Many of them will lose their seats because of bad roads in their constituencies. And if you do not want members of this House to lose their constituency, you must do something about the road situation. I am making this point, Mr. Speaker, just about a year ago, the major road between Nalergo and Wale Wale was washed off around the bridge. Since then, it has not been fixed properly. They have done some work, but the bridge is so susceptible to flooding that if there's any flooding, the connectivity between Wale Wale and Nalergo will not be there. And this is also important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will join the multitude, I will join other colleagues to saying that once we come to the details of the bill and propose amendment, if there are some, the overarching goal is to ensure that we do not have potholes, is to ensure that we do not have bridges cut off, is to ensure that every constituency get a fair share of the national cake. Yesterday, when the minister mentioned about roads to be constructed, Mr. Speaker, many constituents of East region, there was not even one road mentioned. In the northern, in the Ashanti region, only 13% of those particular roads. Mr. Speaker, I think that the minister's statement on the roads, he has to revise that particular statement, because to say that those are your priority roads, the concentration of which is only limited to some few regions, is unfortunate. But we will support you on this. Once we support you, make sure that in line with my senior brother, Honorable Tampuli, every constituency should mass, and we want your promise that it shall happen that we all get one road, one portable road in our constituency. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me now revert to leadership, because we have a lot. If you didn't get attention of me this particular bill, you'll get attention next one. Please, we have a lot to do today.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield to Honorable Nyinda. But Mr. Speaker, the chairman is not listening when they are debating. You are just moving around. Go and sit down and listen. So that this concern, next time you can incorporate it in what you are doing.
Honorable Habib, the minister himself is sitting down quietly taking notes. So, yes, Honorable Nyinda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and thank leadership for yielding and giving me the opportunity to also make my voice heard on this matter. My Cocoa MP. Mr. Speaker, my first issue I want the minister to, maybe if you get opportunity to address, has to do with the conflict they identified under the Board of Trustees. That, according to the report, it's been one of the challenges that the previous administration faced. There was a turf war or a cold war between the two leadership, and it has actually affected the progress and work of the fund. By reading through, I've realized that although this has been identified, but they still want to agree to the old convention and made some, I think it's a very loose proposal. I don't see why, if you identified a problem, you will not propose an amendment and make sure that at the end of the day we cure that friction. So I want to actually draw the minister's attention to that one. I also want to add my voice to the fund, just like previous speakers have said. It is true that you have identified that it is less expensive to maintain our roads than to construct new ones. And for that matter, you intend to use this fund purely to maintain our roads. So I want to urge the minister. There are a lot of roads that today have totally been deteriorated because of lack of maintenance. Most of the roads you see today are lack of maintenance. And to some extent, Mr. Speaker, if you journey on some roads, the huge traffic you see on those roads are just because some portions of the roads have not been maintained. So if we are going to give this fund to you, and just like you said, it is easier to maintain than to build new roads, I will urge the minister to focus on maintenance. And it should not just be limited to one region. It should cut across so that our roads are maintained all the time. And if we keep maintaining our roads promptly and swiftly, Mr. Speaker, we won't be challenged with the kind of roads that we have today. So I want to support him. We are all here to support him. We all know the importance of roads. We all know how viable our economy will grow if we have good roads. So, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to take too much of your time, but just to thank you and to urge the minister to strictly abide by the rules that this fund is supposed to be used for maintenance of our roads. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, when my colleague from the other side was speaking, I heard he was crying for Wali Wali Road. Mr. Speaker, let's put the question so that we can hurry up and do Wali Wali Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Minister, before I invite you, I think when you look at the bill is talking about road maintenance. And for me, I'm personally interested in this bill because when you look at our roads that are deteriorating, it starts with small pothole. The next day you pass and it becomes a manhole, and eventually it will turn out into deterioration of the entire road. So, Minister, I think the entire House is behind you. Please equip your maintenance department so that any pothole that is developed is quickly attended to. We are in a country that we don't have the resources to build new roads. And therefore, if we are able to get one road, we don't have to allow that road to deteriorate to the point that it doesn't become a road again. So with this maintenance bill, which is eventually going to be an act, we hope that no road that has been built will be deteriorated to the extent that we will have to spend another money to design the road and build the road again. So we, together in the House, support you with this bill, and we hope with the emergence of this bill, Ghana's roads are going to see a new face. We are all supporting you in this direction. So if you can say something before we put the question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to take the opportunity to thank colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I've received total support from both sides of the House in the formulation and the preparation of this bill, and I want to thank colleagues. Mr. Speaker, issues of road are a concern for everything, for everybody. Everything we do in our country in terms of activities hinge on roads. There's no doubt that on the minds of every Ghanaian in terms of needs, roads come very prominent as such. Mr. Speaker, I must take the opportunity to clarify a few things, starting from yesterday. Mr. Speaker, Big Push is not a constituency-specific program. It is a national program to, first of all, interconnect our regions and address significant traffic bottlenecks across the country. Indeed, the project will go through certain constituencies, but those were not the main considerations. So what the finance minister did yesterday by mentioning roads was quite clear. There are Big Push projects as outlined by the president. And since then, the president has directed that other projects should be added. These projects are projects that have been started previously, but have stalled. It's not too long ago that you saw, Mr. Speaker, people demonstrating around Ofankor and other places. None of those projects have any dedicated source of fund. If we leave them the way they are, they might never be completed or it will just deteriorate. The president directed that we novate all those contracts onto Big Push so that we can prioritize their funding and complete them. So what you heard yesterday was not an attempt to list all projects that are being done under the ministry. And I must say that since President Mahama's government took over, we never asked any contractor to terminate work or stop work while we do any investigation, as it happened in 2017. All contractors, I went around the country rather encouraging them to continue working, and we will pay them eventually. Mr. Speaker, since my very good friend, Honorable Dr. Kabiru mentioned, in the selection of the Big Push project, every single region in our country is touched by Big Push. So it's not actually correct to say that Northeast is not touched. Nakmanduri to Bintri is part of the, one of the road goes through that place. So just to make sure that I don't leave any gap for any speculation, there is no region in Ghana that is not touched by Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, just to focus on the bill. Mr. Speaker, I think colleagues have said it all. What we are unable to do in our country largely is maintenance, because it looks more politically attractive for you to say, I have built new road. And Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, I'm not trying to go back, when an announcement was made in this House that we have constructed 10,800 kilometers of new road. In fact, if that was the case, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be here. But the reality is that we don't spend enough maintaining the roads that are within our corridors. Mr. Speaker, if you check the ministry, the bulk of monies we spend is within 3 or 4 regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti, Eastern regions. We spend almost 60–70% of our road budget in these areas. Take one interchange, Mr. Speaker. That by the time we finish one interchange in Accra, it would have constructed many kilometers of road into farming areas to bring productivity. But because we in Accra have mics in front of us at radio stations and television stations, we shout the loudest, ignoring the farmers in the communities that grow rice, cashew, cocoa, and other things. This bill is basically trying to restructure the way the road fund works. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in the past, a road minister can decide that in 12 months, a district or constituency can only benefit from 5 kilometers of reshaping. A road minister can decide because he has the power. I am happy to hand over part of that power to Parliament to determine that every district in 12 months must have a certain level of road maintenance activity, and those activities determined within that district. That is what this bill is about. So it is no longer the prerogative of a road minister to decide by himself alone which district benefits from maintenance across the country. So while the allocations might not be able to fix all the problems, every district will have the determination to be able to do something about that bad section of road within their community. That is what it is about. Mr. Speaker, it is going to be formula-based. But though I must warn, this is not going to be the regular formula like GET Fund and Road Fund. Because today, GET Fund awards contracts and other things. The Road Fund is outlawed from awarding road contracts. Road Fund will only pay for activities that are determined by the agencies under the Road Ministry. So no one would allow Road Fund to start awarding road projects. They are only a fund to pay for activities that are carried out either by the road, highways, feeder road, and urban road. That is one. Mr. Speaker, the Road Fund also suffered over the years with extremely bad financial management, i.e., people go and then just collateralize Road Fund and take money for 10 years, 15 years. So anytime the time is due for the finance minister to put money in the Road Fund account, that fund is rather spent paying for the interest of loans they've taken. We have outlawed any attempt by Road Fund to collateralize any section of that money. The money must entirely be spent on road activities of that particular year. So Road Fund will no longer have the ability to borrow money or to collateralize. That is not the intent of the Road Fund. Let's live within our means. That is what this bill is also about. Mr. Speaker, we have also decided to criminalize certain activities that we all know have been creating problems. So from now, anybody making decisions as to how Road Fund is spent, even if you are a technocrat who provided falsified data based upon which decisions are made, in this law, you can be surcharged and you can be punished. So there's a new penalty regime for those who would take advantage by the virtue of their positions to actually misconduct themselves. This law will criminalize all those activities as well. We believe that Road Fund, as it exists today, you will notice that it just exists as an entity under the Chief Director of Ministry of Road and Highways. We are creating a fund that will have its own management structure, its own board of trustees, and will be accountable to the people's representative in Parliament. We believe when we do this right, it's just the beginning, as one colleague said. As time goes on, we can improve on it to make sure that the maintenance culture that we lack on our roads, we members of Parliament, together with our stakeholders, would have a say as to how we address issues of maintenance of roads in our communities. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, this should improve the condition of our roads in our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end here by thanking colleagues for the support so far. A colleague already said that we have deliberately decided not to spend even whatever has been deposited in the road fund account currently, waiting for this. As a road minister, I would have been the first to be happy to be paying contractors. But, Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee you I've never paid anybody, not because I didn't want to pay, because I want this law to be in place so that we can start the accountability from now, not to do the wrong thing a bit before we all get brought into line. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill is for all of us. It is the beginning of all of us deciding that the nature of the roads around us is not good, and we are determined to do something about it. And then we can all work together to make our roads better from now going forward. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank colleagues for this, and I hope when we come to consideration, we have gone through this stage twice already. The committee have helped so far. The last thing I want to address is the 60-40. Honorable Yao Boama, my very good friend. In fact, the sharing formula actually came during a discussion, a fringe discussion at the committee as to, yes, a fringe discussion. So if you hear the respected ranking commenting about it, it is a fringe. He was just commenting on a fringe discussion, and I think it's not a bad suggestion, actually, that we should determine the formula. And 60-40 is not a bad idea, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well, honorable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 8 in today's order paper addendum, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it, and the motion is hereby carried.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 is now read the second time.
Speaker, we intend to take motion number 9, but Mr. Speaker, number 9. But Speaker, the indications are that motion number, the GNPC work program report is ready. That's the referral made to the Committee on Energy. They've done their work. They are ready. So I pray that we take the laying of the reports, and then we can come back to deal with the consideration contained in motion number 9 for the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, minority.
Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect that I have extensively engaged my brothers. Not just the arrowhead, but his able deputy, who is more acidic. I've engaged them on this matter.
Honorable Majority Chief. I know you are saying it lightly, but I want you to withdraw that statement.
I withdraw that part.
Very well.
Who is more strong? And we have engaged, and we have agreed that we lay the report from the Committee of Energy on the GNPC 2025 work group. Mr. Speaker, it's more urgent because in 2024, somehow we couldn't ratify their work program, and 2025 is already midway. So
it's quite urgent that we do that. So my two brothers, they will rise up and second this one. Without any further comments,
Thank you, minority leadership.
Yeah. This is a temptation that we will not yield to. We won't yield to his invitation to treat. We'll depart from that path, and in the spirit of patriotism and the love of our country, patriotism and the love for our country, we are ready. Because we are ready to do business. We are ready to do business. So the GNPC work program, we are ready to take the motion. And so shall it be.
Leader, did you see how the deputy minister was looking at you?
As for the deputy minister, he is a gentleman. And he's not as harmful as somebody that I know.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dafiamoto.
Mr. Speaker, it's just to encourage you to make progress.
Very well.
That's all.
So, honorable members, we turn to page one. Page 1 on the other paper addendum, presentation of papers, and we call on the chairman of the Energy Committee. If he's not here, the vice chairman. Yes, the vice chairman of the Energy Committee. Yes.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2025.
Honorable members, the work program.
I'm sorry. I thought
he's the vice chairman. He has. Honorable members, the work program has been duly presented. I direct that we distribute the report to honorable members for consideration.
Speaker, if I can make this application to move motion number 10 on today's other paper.
Is the leadership in agreement?
there should be no objection to that.
Very well. Very well. So, honorable members, let me invite you back to the main order paper, page 4, item listed 10. Item listed 10, page 4, the main order paper. Motion by the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I intend to be very brief because we have about 5 of such motions to take. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Environmental Protection Air Quality Management Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, I will proceed to present the committee's report where we met the Minister responsible for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation and deliberated on the importance of this regulation. Mr. Speaker, the scope of the committee's mandate is stated at page 2, paragraph 4.0, and the background of these regulations are as follows, Mr. Speaker. Air pollution is a critical environmental and public health concern with far-reaching implications. According to Dr. Maria Nera, Director of Public Health, Environmental and Social Health of the World Health Organization, she stated that when air quality improves, health costs go down, productivity goes up, and life expectancy increases. Mr. Speaker, we went through the pre-laying consideration, and the purpose of these regulations is stated at page 4, paragraph 6.0, and the instrument is intended to significantly enhance air quality across the country by ensuring strict compliance with standards set out in the Ghana Standards for Environmental and Health Protection, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in the light of the observation of the committee is satisfied that the instrument meets the legal requirement as specified in relevant provisions of the Constitution and Standing Order 2204 of this House, and that it is of great importance to state that the regulations will enhance air quality across the country. I accordingly recommend to the House to adopt the report and endorse the coming into force of the Environmental Protection Air Quality Management Regulations 2025 in accordance with Article 11.7 of the 1992 Constitution. Response, please.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the chairman of the Procedural legislation has moved the motion, and the ranking is not around. Any member of the committee may second the motion. Yes, honourable member for Manchia South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, having seconded the motion, I wish to state that this is a very proactive step by the Environmental Protection Agency, given the expansion that is currently going on in terms of our energy facilities, particularly oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, there is therefore the need for us to take proactive steps to protect the environment and reduce pollution. Mr. Speaker, this therefore answers that need or responds to it. And so I urge the House, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully to support this cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion is now before the House after it has been moved by the chairman and seconded by the member for Manchia South. So it is before the House for consideration now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not just the member for Manchia South in this case. I'm also the vice chair of the subsidiary legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes. Let me listen to Honorable Tampuri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to put in a few reflections on the report that has been ably laid by the chairman of the Subsidiary Legislations Committee. Mr. Speaker, this regulation is long overdue, especially having regard to the fact that we started commercial production of crude oil in 2007. We discovered in 2007 and started commercial production in 2010 thereabouts. Mr. Speaker, sometime in 2010, one of the international oil companies engaged in some amount of spillage. And when the matter was brought to the attention of the EPA, a look at the EPA regulations at the time, or currently, environmental regulations LI 1652 and the EPA Act itself, Act 490, showed that there was a deep lacuna as far as the enforcement regime is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, back and forth, the minister at the time, the late Sherry Aiti, wrote to the company and tried to use the EPA Act to enforce the law as far as the spillage is concerned and exact some amount of punishments. Mr. Speaker, I recall that at the time I was associated with the law firm, but I was not then practicing. And the firm wrote a letter to the minister at the time. And the long and short of it was that quo warranto. When quo warranto was mounted, the minister was found wanting because the law does not give the minister the power to impose such punishments on the company. And, you know, they had to engage in some backdoor negotiation to be able to get some kind of a solution. But, Mr. Speaker, much as this regulation is welcoming, we also have to look at it in terms of whether or not it is exhaustive in dealing with matters associated with the environmental protection as far as the upstream is concerned. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure, I've not had the benefit of seeing a copy of the regulations, but Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if the chairman of the committee can assist us on whether or not some matters that have come up before, especially with respect of discharge of hazardous waste. Discharge of hazardous waste, and I remember that a reference was made to the Bamako Convention, which dealt with the African response, and also the Basel Convention, which dealt with the global, situation. Mr. Speaker, at the time, Ghana was a signatory to these conventions, but we hadn't domesticated them into our laws. And I want to urge the minister responsible to consider having all of these conventions domesticated into our laws so that we deal with the situation end to end. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to indicate my approval for the House to adopt these regulations pursuant to the draft that has been laid before this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Nobody is here. No, I'll call the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. May I, with respect, Mr. Speaker, refer you to page 6. Page 6 of your committee's report, paragraph 7.1. And having listened to the last speaker, and Mr. Speaker, your good self, paragraph 7.1 reads, the committee is of the considered view that the instruments satisfy the legal imperatives provided in Article 7 of the 1992 Constitution. It is my firm belief that in that paragraph must be the recognition of the Parent Act, which is driving these regulations. So the chairman of the committee and members of the committee, Article 11 satisfies the constitutional mandate that the instrument be laid before Parliament and it be laid. I've seen it in the next paragraph. I see a reference to Parent Act in the third line. But be specific. This Parliament, you say House of Record, put in Act 1124 of this year. Because before you come to the satisfaction of the constitutional imperative, you must have satisfied the legal requirements in your own report, paragraph 40, and Mr. Speaker, I referred to it, contains any matter which, in the opinion of the committee, should more appropriately be dealt with in an act of Parliament. Then you add A, it's in accordance with the provision of the Constitution or the act under which the regulations are being made. So the act is 1124. You ought to recognize it in your report. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, this engagement was necessary because, page 5, this engagement was necessary because pursuant to Article 11.7 of the Constitution. And then, Mr. Speaker, this one, I need your guidance. Page 5, second paragraph. This engagement was necessary because pursuant to Article 11.7 of the Constitution, a legislative instrument cannot be modified once it is laid before Parliament. I am not sure, absolutely. So help me. And even that, the authority is a Supreme Court ruling on the matter, not reference to Article 11.7. It's a Supreme Court which, so say so, that you cannot add nor subtract from it. That is why you do pre-laying, but not to say Article 11 modify. Thank you, but you can't say Article 11, sir. Mr. Speaker, with this comment, I support that the regulations be adopted by the House. I thank you.
Very well. Now, Leadership Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me hurriedly comment the chair of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, who I could practically feel his passion to get this business dispensed of today. And that speaks volume of his commitment to it. Speaker, not to rehash the nuance involved in this report, but fact must be told that the concerns globally in terms of environment is revolving. Right from Paris Agreement down the lane, 1997 Kyoto Protocol was passed, concerns about greenhouse gas emission, and particularly pollution of the environment and air quality. Speaker, has come up strongly as an important concern and a narrative that the world should be showing concerns about. Now, in developing countries, we have often undermined and taken lightly the effects of air pollution on our health. And fossil fuel is adding on. Europe is departing, and now even China, with greatest respect, who has often been described as involved in a lot of the usage of fossil fuel. China, as of last year, invested over billions of dollars in renewables. So the world is departing from fossil fuel, all because of its effect on our health, and it's becoming increasingly clear that if nothing is done, the world today and tomorrow will be more risky for humanity and for us to live in. It concerns about ratings of countries, especially in the context of carbon credit. Countries which are able to adopt and domesticate these international conventions into their domestic regulations and legal regimes are standing a better step to plow in the benefit of the carbon credit and what accrues to other countries who are positioning themselves well. We passing this regulation possesses Ghana well. Possess Ghana well. So just last week, a relationship between Ghana and Switzerland in the area of carbon credit fetched Ghana over $1.6 million just in the area of carbon credit. And it's free money, low-hanging fruit that can easily be accessed by developing countries. I am particularly happy that these regulations will be passed, but what is critical is enforcement. When I looked at the report, the area of engagement, stakeholder consultation, I didn't see any consultation done with the Ministry of Transport because we have an existing policy on EVs, electronic vehicles. And these electronic vehicles has an interface with air quality and air pollution. So I am looking at the enforcement, and these Ministry of Transport is critical in the enforcement of this regulation. So I guess we need to create a better awareness beyond the EPA and get all relevant authorities to be on board in the enforcement of this regulation. But it is big push and big credit to Ghana in terms of our environmental ratings. And I believe that there's a lot more that we can benefit after the passage of this report. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Speaker, let me add my voice to the call for the adoption of this report. Speaker, particularly if you look at page 8, paragraph 80 of the report, which is, of course, the conclusion, they sum up all the issues as follows. The committee is satisfied that the instrument meets the legal requirements as specified in relevant provisions of the Constitution, our standing orders, and all other relevant enactments existing on the law. And that is of great importance. Speaker, this is your committee speaking. That is of great importance to state that the regulation will enhance air quality across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, on the totality of this observation, let me urge the House that we adopt this so that the air quality of this country, spanning from Hamile to Pusiga to Keta to Elubu, and to Kumau will be enhanced. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor, that motion listed 10 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes.
With your kind leave, I'd like to ask your leave to move motion 11.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
But let's be brief. Let's be brief. Yes. We have so many things today.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Environmental Protection Effluent Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is an 8-page report which has the background to the regulations, the purpose of the airline, pre-link considerations of the instrument, the stakeholder engagements were held, and the observations that we comply with law on the protection of the environment, protection of public health, ensuring use of cleaner technologies, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, we conclude that this House adopts the report of the committee and ensure that the coming into force of these regulations will be hailed by the global or international climate community and ensure that we are compliant with regulations and law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the chairman has moved the motion. Is the vice chairman here? Yes. Any member of the committee may second the motion. Yes, member for Takrady.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. Yeah. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Do I go ahead and put the question? Yes. As many as are in favor that motion number 11 be adopted, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 11 in today's order paper is accordingly adopted.
So, Mr. Speaker, motion 12 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, this is government business. If the chief whip is opposed to government business, let him say so.
Yes. Motion 12.
Speaker, how can I be opposed to government business? All I'm saying is that as chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, you should apprise leadership properly. So leadership can be aligned in terms of the sequence.
Speaker, the respected chair engaged me. And when I was seeking to engage him, he was also engaged somewhere. So actually the chairman engaged me. And he also stated the sequence, the chronology. He stated them. Fact be told, for the records.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Environmental Protection, Management of Ozone-Depleting Substances. Mr. Speaker, it's not hydrocarbons, halocarbons, Hydrocarbon Alternatives and Their Products Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Hansa Department captures the entire report as having been read and conclude that having acknowledged the importance of the regulations in the management of zone depleting substances, ODS, halocarbons, not hydrocarbons, and their alternatives, the committee recognizes that preserving the ozone layer will help mitigate climate change, protect the ecosystem, and protect public health. It also enhances Ghana's ability to meet global environmental commitments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Any member of the committee to second the motion? Yes.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Yes. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded. It is before the House for consideration. Yes. Honourable Anodompre.
Speaker, regulation on ozone depleting substance could not have come at a better time. Speaker, not to rehash what I had said earlier in respect of the motion, in respect of motion 10. Speaker, that is the crux of the matter. Depletion of the ozone layer brings in its wake climate change, effects on flora and fauna, and its attendant effect, particularly even on the ocean. So that the rise in temperature all emanates from the depletion of the ozone layer. So a regulation to control substances that deplete and affect the ozone layer could not have come at a better time. And again, I doff my cap to the chair, and I think that Ghana is doing something right and will become a destination that will be attractive to the international community, especially in the area of environmental conservation. So having said this, I encourage members to support the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is, all those in favor that motion listed 12 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 12 in today's order paper is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Motion number 13, with your kind leave.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation's report on the Environmental Protection Environmental Assessment Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read and conclude by asking the House to support the recommendation. The committee acknowledges the critical importance of enacting the Environmental Protection Environmental Assessment Regulation 2025, having regard to the continuous degradation of the environment and how it negatively impacts the ecosystem. It is the committee's considered view that it asks the House to recommend its adoption and endorse the coming into force of these regulations in accordance with Article 11.7 of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any member of the committee to second the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Yes. Honourable members.
In doing so, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to make two comments. Mr. Speaker, if we take the report, page 9, it talks about the reclamation bond. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that this reclamation bond is popularized so that Ghanaians know that it exists. Secondly, I believe that it is time we will line up these reclamation bonds with the assemblies. Because if you look at the devastation from Galamsey especially, we need to have a certain funds or ready funds to be able to do these things. Mr. Speaker, all over the world, when mines are being done, they are reclaimed. The big mines even create bigger holes than even the small mines. Unfortunately, the reclamation bonds are not accessible by the district assemblies. So even though their areas are devastated, they don't seem to have money to hire bulldozers to reclaim these lands. And these lands, when they are reclaimed, Mr. Speaker, within 2 years, they can regrow. And I believe that we have to start looking at that side of the mining industry to make sure that we support the reclamation bonds being sent to the assembly to support them to do this type of work locally. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second this motion.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this one is just for the chairman of the committee to provide further explanation, if you permit it. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5.1.
Chairman for the committee. Chairman for the committee, please
Mr.
listen
Speaker,
to.
It's for the chairman of the committee to provide some further elucidation on paragraph 5.1, line 4. It reads, recognizing the short and long-term threat of these activities. Is that what you want to say? Is it damage or threat? Because you yourself have already considered illegal mining, air and water pollution, waste management, climate change, and destruction of the habitat. I have a difficulty with the word threat because the issue goes beyond threat. You are talking about activities on whatever it is. I just want an explanation. Then second, Mr. Speaker, and I end it there. Paragraph 5.2, fourth line. The draft legislative instrument seeks to amend the environmental assessment regulation. Are you amending or you are repeal or amend? Thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 13 in today's order paper say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 13 is accordingly adopted. Honourable Yabuam, I'll take your last motion.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a report on the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Environmental Protection, Regulation and Air Conditioning Certificate Regulations 2025. Mr. Speaker, I will entreat the Hansa Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety and ask that this House adopt the report. I so move.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Honourable Member for Takoradi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I do rise to second this motion. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, has been seconded, it is before the House. I guess we all appreciate the motion, so I'll go ahead and put the question. And the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 14 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 14 in today's order paper is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for giving us the opportunity because your committee has been very diligent on this. And let me put it on record that government was expecting some inflows from the World Bank. And we had to carry through, yes, these regulations as part of the DPOs or the Development Policy Operations. So our colleagues on the other side must be happy with us for bringing into fruition these regulations.
They are happy.
So the Chief Whip
Everybody is happy.
The Chief Whip is not happy from his comment.
Honourable Dafiamo, this is not an invitation.
No, Speaker, let the record bear me out that I am very happy that the distinguished chairman of the Subsidiary Legislative Committee is doing his duty under law. Day and night, and we are happy. We thank you for the fact that all these reports have been brought to the floor for adoption.
Thank you very much, and I'll urge all committee chair to please take cue from what the chairman for the subsidiary legislation has done. We have a lot of reports, and we will urge you to do well to bring some of these reports for the plenary to take control of them. So, Honorable Chairman for Subsidiary Legislation, I think the House is also happy about what you've done. Yes, leadership.
Speaker, may we take the GNPC work program, the Energy Committee's report on the GNPC work program, Mr. Speaker?
Where?
That's the addendum, motion number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Is the chairman here?
The chairman is unavoidably absent, so
the vice chairman, my vice chairman is there. My vice chairman is there.
Is able and present and willing.
Yes, honorable members, let me invite you to other paper addendum, page 1, item listed 2, motion, and is going to be taken by the vice chairman of the Energy Committee. Vice Chairman, you have the floor now.
You guys will cut. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want the Hazard Department to capture 9.0 financial requirements for 2025. The total expenditure for...
Vice Chairman, please move the motion first.
Okay.
Before you attach the report.
Okay. Which one? Which one? Okay. Mr. Speaker, that's withstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Order, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least two sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the report for the committee, I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Habib to second the motion.
I second the motion.
Very well. Honorable members, this is procedural motion. So I'll put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the procedural motion listed to in today's order paper addendum, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes. Now, the Vice Chairman, now you take the substantive motion in 3, motion 3. This is where you, after the motion, you read or you submit or present the committee's report. So you move the motion, then you present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, I want the Hazard Department to capture 9.0 financial requirement for 2025 GNPC. The total expenditure of GNPC for the 2025 financial year is projected to be 1,403.89 million against total revenue of...
Chairman, we are all learning. So you move the motion, then after the motion, you beg to represent the committee's report.
I moved.
Mr. Speaker, let me just relate to my colleague, Alaji. Motion 3 on page 2 of the order paper addendum. So you can elect to read whatever is there, the entire thing, before you present the report, or
Yes, in doing so, Mr. Speaker, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Energy on the work program on the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, for the year 2025.
In doing so, you'll present the committee's report.
I present the reports. I want the Hansa Department to capture 9.0 financial requirements for 2025. The total expenditure of GNPC for the 2025 financial year is projected to be 1,403.89 million against total revenue of 1,283.69 million. This creates a funding gap of 120.20 million. I so moved.
Very well. Honourable members, the chairman has moved the motion. Yes. The vice ranking, deputy ranking is here. So deputy ranking.
You wanted to run away. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, just a few comments. Mr. Speaker, we've engaged GNPC thoroughly. We visited their offices on 2 occasions. And if you look at the reports, they have a flagship program, which is the Voltaire Basin. And Mr. Speaker, the Voltaire Basin covers about 40% of the total landmass of Ghana. The northern region, northeast, Savannah, Uti, Volta, Bono East, Eastern, and Ashanti regions. The good news is that, Mr. Speaker, Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, 2D seismic data of all this total mass have already been completed. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of $22.18 million was spent from 2021 to 2024. Mr. Speaker, this year, they require an additional $1.13 million to undertake a few very important activities before they could start exploratory drilling in the second quarter of next year. They intend to do the oil spill modeling. They also intend to do fluid and rock samples analysis. Now, because this is their major flagship program for this year, we advise them that they should keep to their stated date of exploratory drilling because they've extended the date on 2 occasions. This time round, we've pleaded with them that approving this particular amount of $1.3 million should be enough. In addition to the $22.18 million that's already been spent, it should be enough for them to go into the drilling in the second quarter of next year. Now, they have also a research and technology center, which we also visited. Now, we visited with the other colleagues. Mr. Speaker, all over the world, most petroleum companies or petroleum corporations have what they call a laboratory, a very modern laboratory. It is located on the Spintex Road. We visited the place. It started its operations in 2018. So far, Mr. Speaker, it is close to about 40% complete. They intend to ensure that by the close of the year, at least the laboratory should start working. But by and large, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the GNPC for the good work they've done. They've been very open with us, with our interactions as a committee, and I hope that approving this particular budget or work program for them will enable them complete a lot of the things that they've said in their report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the work program, the motion to it has been moved and has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration.
Speaker, by way of a guide, may we take 1-1 and then we can put the question. You want to speak. So 1-1 and then we take leadership.
Yes, Honourable Member for Takoradi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this great opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the report of GNPC, Mr. Speaker, there are a few issues I have noted and I wanted to look at. Mr. Speaker, the first one is on page 11, paragraph 8.7, corporate social responsibility. Mr. Speaker, you know that GNPC have been doing a very good job in that area for a very long time. Unfortunately, they seem to have been far back in terms of payment. And if you take a lot of the contractors, they are crying for payment. Mr. Speaker, I've seen that they've made a provision of 8.64 million for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, some of the projects they are doing, especially the roads in the Jura area of the Western region that they procured, are still been left undone. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the astroturfs that they procured, they still need to pay the contractors. And I believe that now that they put some 8.7, this figure, first and foremost, is very small. It can't take care of a lot of the big projects they took on. And I believe that we might have to do something about it so that they are able to pay. Mr. Speaker, the other issue have to do with the support for the petroleum hub. Last year, they made a provision of 1 million for it. This year, they've taken everything away. No amount of money has been allocated for the petroleum. Mr. Speaker, the petroleum hub is one of the major game-changing activities that government need to do to generate jobs for the youth of this country, especially the people of Jomoro. Mr. Speaker, if that project is done, Mr. Speaker, it will create over 780,000 jobs for the young men and women in this country. And I believe that we need to find a way to make allocation for the petroleum hub to be able to start some work so that Tony Obin and his team can start some projects on that area. Mr. Speaker, I've also seen that they've made some good provision for the Ghana Boundary Commission, and I'm in full support of it. Mr. Speaker, I was part of the first team that went to ITLOS, and then I've also done some work with the Boundary Commission when I was the regional minister. Their work is very important, and I believe that increasing it from 200,000 to 500,000 is worthwhile, and that should support the work they are doing. Last but not least, the caution that they've been given, that they pegged their expected revenue per barrel at $74, should be looked at, because currently the pricing is around 65. And I believe that they also have to be looking at this, looking at the long term. With this view, Mr. Speaker, I support that we look at it and support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, honorable member for, is it Ejura? Evaluate Ejura, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to second the comment on the work program for GNPC and looking at the work plan 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, we know the important role GNPC plays with regards to ensuring that the hydrocarbons of this country is put to optimum use. And we made a committee, right, Honorable Speaker, and I was very much happy, especially with the allocation made to GNPC Foundation. Right, Honorable Speaker, we know that in the 2024 work plan of GNPC Foundation, there were a lot of projects that are still outstanding. We're talking about astroturfs and so many of them. I have a project in my constituency that is a problem, but an allocation of 8.64 million Ghana dollars has been allocated, and the assurance is that they will see to it and ensure that they complete all outstanding projects before they look to the future of other ones. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy about the decomposition of the Salt Pond Basin, because we know the pollutions that these things cause. And so I was very much happy that an allocation has been made and that GNPC has given assurance that they will see the decomposition in order to ensure that, right, Honorable Speaker, we have good environmental reports. In order to save time, right, Honorable Speaker, I believe GNPC is in good shape, especially with the data. Right, Honorable Speaker, we know how much it costs to invest in data, and that the idea to sit down with Petroleum Commission so that all the money that has been put in by GNPC, they also recoup part of it. It's also a good deal. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I ask the House to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now turn to Honorable Anodom.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support and for the adoption of the report. And just a few observations. Speaker, I see on page 10 of 19 an earmark amount for Beach Road facility, which the GNPC has programmed to execute. I find that quite important. However, when you proceed to page 11 of 19, my senior colleague spoke to the GNPC's decision to prosecute some CSRs, corporate social responsibility. But Speaker, the provision there is not detailed enough. All of us have been aligned with the corporate social interventions of GNPC over the years, and it's been impressive and admirable. To just put there that they are going to do programs in education, training, economic empowerment, and environment is not enough. I thought that the committee should have gotten more elucidation, and that should have been captured by this report. For instance, in the area of environmental sustainability and conservation, I'm sure the GNPC can do a lot more, and also poverty reduction in our countryside. They should be hoping to do more in our countryside. This provision is not encompassing enough, and I thought that they could have elucidated on what the intent of this provision is. Support for the Ghana Boundary Commission is laudable. I think last year we passed the Boundary Commission bill into an act, and the challenge faced by the Boundary Commission has always been liquidity and support, particularly. So for GNPC to set out to support the Boundary Commission is a laudable activity, and we should support the GNP to sustain that. On page 9 of 19, item 8.4, talks about integrated energy plan development. And clearly, the GNPC shall go into feasibility studies for low carbon projects. Speaker, it also feeds into our NDCs as a country, or environmental narrative. But again, the report is skeletonized. They could have added some flesh to it, because you say you are going to go into carbon project, it's big. We should have been told in the report what the GNPC, because this is the work program. You can't just say that you're going to go into carbon project. That is not enough. That's not enough. And I thought that the committee could have gotten more details from their outfit. This is not, even though I support the motion and for the adoption, probably they could come back, Speaker, the GNPC could come back. We could adopt it consequent of GNPC coming back with some more details, especially on the corporate social responsibilities in the area of environment. What are they going to do? Then on the area of the concerns about integrated energy plan. Speaker, temperature rise in our country, and our decision as a country to meet the NDCs as was adopted by the Paris Agreement. All these corporate bodies are supposed to support government activity, and GNPC should be doing this. So I support it, but I guess the GNPC should come back with more details in terms of what they can do in the carbon sink project and also corporate social responsibilities. I think, having said this, I encourage members to support the adoption of the report. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of debate, the question is, as many as are in favor, that motion listed 3 in today's order paper addendum is adopted, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the motion is adopted, and this House has agreed that the motion of the work program of the GNPC be move on. So the motion has been adopted accordingly. Yes.
Available leader, speak. You are often at the back saying all manner of comments. Speak. Now you are in leadership. Speak. The order paper addendum. Take it. Yeah, that's the order paper addendum. Call the business. Put on your mic. Speaker, when the chief whip was departing, I'm helping you. You listen. Listen. Sit down and listen. Sit down and listen. Who told you it's your business? Speaker, when the chief whip was departing, he had indicated business that should be prosecuted. I'm trying to guide him, and he won't listen.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, let's take some of the bills.
Speaker, may I plead that we take motion number, the consideration of the road fund.
Okay, let me see
the
the
addendum paper, Mr. Speaker. What's the?
Okay, let me see the seat to the first deputy speaker.
Speaker, the indication is that we need to take addendum 2. Let's take addendum 2 before we take addendum 3, before we take the business on addendum 3. Speaker, that will be motion number 1 and 2. Speaker, this is 3. Okay, it's coming. Yes.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip, addendum 2.
Speaker, addendum 2.
Very well.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to get the minister responsible for rules to take this on behalf of the minister responsible for finance, respectively.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip, the application is the Minister for Rules should take the motion for the Minister for Finance.
Speaker, I have no objection.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways, motion numbered 1 on order paper addendum 2.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move motion number 1 on Addendum 2, which states that this Honorable House rescind its decision taken on Thursday, the 24th of July, 2025, in respect of the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion for rescission moved accordingly. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the decision of this House on Thursday, 24th of July, 2025, in respect of the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025, is accordingly rescinded. Now, the bill is back at consideration stage. That is the item numbered 2 on the order paper, Addendum 2. So we then take the first proposed amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee. So, chairman of the committee, you may move the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Wait. So the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025 is at consideration stage. So, the schedule.
Schedule to Act 1135 amended.
Chairman of the committee, the first amendment to the schedule.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Row 3, second column, line 3, after diesel, insert marine gas oil. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favour of the proposed amendment standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment as proposed by the chairman of the committee to the schedule is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, the second proposed amendment also standing in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Row 4, second column, line 4, after diesel, insert marine gas oil.
Honourable members, amendment proposed, it is for the consideration of the House. The question therefore is, as many as are in favour of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to the schedule, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment as proposed by the chairman to Rule 4, second column, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, long title.
An Act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025 at 1135 to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on marine gas oil.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any consideration, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, this brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. Honourable members, item numbered 3 on the order paper, Addendum 2, motion. Minister for Finance.
Speaker, the minister responsible for finance is unavoidably absent. So fortuitously, his deputy is here. So let me pray you to let him take this on behalf of his deputy. I thank you.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we have always been cooperative. The deputy is friendly. But whilst he's mounting that application, he knows that the application must come with a reason why the finance minister is not here. So please profess reasons why the minister is not here. And then we will consider whether we agree or not. It's not for you to say.
Speaker, I used our language. The language used on the floor is unavoidably absent. Mr. Speaker, that's the language I deployed.
Well,
and that language is
I
a
take
term
it
of
that,
art.
Honourable members, I take it that the whips are talking. So once the whips are talking, I presume permission, leave should be granted.
I see my colleague, he's distressed. So I need to have mercy on him.
Very
So
well.
on that score, we will agree.
Very well. Very well.
Oh, Mr.
Deputy
Speaker,
Minister.
Speaker, let the record bear me out that I have just spoken with the chief whip on the other side.
Very well. Yes. Deputy Finance Minister, you may move the motion number 3 on the order paper addendum 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment number 2, Bill 2025, be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the motion for the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment number 2, Bill 2025, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2025 at 1135 to increase the rates of the energy sector shortfall and debt repayment levy on marine gas oil.
Honourable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment number 2, Bill 2025 is now duly read for the third time and passed. Yes. Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we may now take addendum 3. Addendum. Speaker, may we take addendum 3? That's order paper addendum 3. The Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill. The amendment. Where is it? Oh, Speaker, the addendum 3 actually contains only the proposed amendment. So we'll take order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Item 9, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Majority Chief Whip, are we taking the items on the order paper addendum or item 9 on the main order paper?
Speaker. Yeah, the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking order paper addendum, that is item 9, because the motion itself is on the order paper addendum.
No, I didn't say. I said. So, Mr. Speaker, other paper addendum, motion, item 9. That is the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 at consideration stage.
Yes, I've seen it. We have the order paper addendum and order paper addendum 3. Now the order paper addendum, the item 9, is Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 at consideration stage. So, honorable members, Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 at consideration stage. And it is item numbered 9 on the order paper addendum. Now, addendum 3 just seeks to capture the committee's amendment.
Speaker, exactly so.
So, honorable members, clause 1.
Establishment of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund.
Chairman of the committee, any proposed amendment?
No proposed amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Object of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendments? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Functions of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
No proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 3? Yes, Honourable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, clause 3, 1B, insertion, after transparency and cost-effective, Mr. Speaker, because the essence of the bill is to ensure that we have our rules properly fixed. But much the core of the problem is the fact that the cost of even road rehabilitation is an issue for the country and the ministry. So to be guided by the fact that when we are allocating resources to ensure equity, efficiency, transparent, and cost-effective, determined by the minister. So I'm proposing that we add cost-effective.
Honorable Dr. Kabiru, what is the difference between efficiency when it comes to allocation of resources and cost-effectiveness?
Mr. Speaker, efficiency is looking at the timeliness, the use, but it does not address issue of cost. It does not address issue of cost. Efficiency, by any stretch of imagination, does not include cost-effectiveness.
Well, the word efficiency is not used in isolation. It's used when it comes to the allocation of resources. That's why I am asking, how do you allocate resources in an efficient manner that will not be cost-effective? Please, your microphone.
Sorry. The essence of this proposed clause is to ensure that we allocate resources to implementing agency using a formula-based. So all the adjectives we are using a formula-based system that ensures. So the formula for the allocation of these resources will ensure that it is efficient, it is equitable, it is transparent, and I was proposing which I sincerely feel so, that it should also take into consideration the efficiency of the course, not just technical efficiency, not just operational efficiency, but cost aspect.
I do not see this to be talking about technical or operational. It's in relation to allocation of resources. So if I put money in your pocket and you are requested to use the money efficiently, then it means you have to use the money in very cost-effective manner. But it is for the consideration of the House.
Mr.
Let me
Speaker,
hear you.
I yield. I think we can continue.
Very well. Very well. Yes, Honorable Lukuto.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item I. And so I. 3.1 I. So monitoring of the execution of road maintenance works. If you look at the head note itself, that's I. Support inclusive road maintenance programming that enhances employment for women, the youth and vulnerable groups, and improves accessibility for persons. Establish systems for the receipt of feedback from citizens, including a public dashboard and mobile platforms for the purposes of. Then when you go to II, monitoring of. So I think if it wouldn't harm the construction, we could just delete the off and make it monitoring the execution of road maintenance works.
Yes, Honourable Majority.
Speaker, I support the present amendment.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 3 I, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment as proposed is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing the deletion of 3N. Mr. Speaker, 3N reads, contribute to public safety and economic efficiency through improved conditions of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is more of an output of the functions of the board or the fund. It's not a function so-called, it's an output, it's an outcome of their intervention. So if you put it as a function, how to achieve that becomes problematic. So it is more or less an outcome, an output of the implementations of the functions of the board. So I so propose that we delete that whole clause, and maybe the drafting unit can then realign. 3N.
So your proposal is that 3N should be deleted?
Right to so, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the harm it causes is that a board is supposed to be determined or is supposed to be measured by their functions. And if you cannot measure a function of the board, it's difficult to hold the board answerable for non-performance of its function. So by this particular rendition, it sounds like an output or outcome of the function of the board. But if you keep it, how do we measure that the board is reneging, is failing in the performance of its function? It's difficult to do with the current rendition. And I think that it will better achieve in the performance of the function of the board rather than making it stand as a function proper so-called to be performed. Otherwise, we must have in mind, in contemplation, how do we measure and hold the board answerable for the failure to perform that function.
But look at clause 2 of the bill. How different is it from the end that we are seeking to be deleted, if that cannot be the function of the authority? Clause 2 of the bill, the object of the fund.
No, let me go.
Is that not what is translating in N?
Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, object more or less tells us about the mission.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then functions are those deliverables you use to fulfill the mission.
Yes.
Now, and I'm saying that if you read the clause under consideration, it is an output, it's an outcome. It's more or less an object. If we want it to stand as an object, then we should bring it to the object function. But functions of the board, proper so-called, I don't think that we should put this as part of the functions.
How do you bring it as object function?
How do
because for the board, it is stated here, to achieve the object under section 2, that is clause 2, the fund shall contribute to public safety and economic efficiency through improved condition of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure, which is captured in the object. And they are asking that the trust, the maintenance trust fund, to be able to achieve the object as stated in clause 2, among what is going to do is the end. And you are asking that the end should be deleted.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that N is achieved through A, it's achieved through B, it's achieved through C, it's achieved through D. That's basically the argument I'm making. And that in the performance of the financing, in the allocation of resources, in ensuring preparation and harmonization of reports, the fund is basically contributing to public safety public safety and economic efficiency. That's the point I'm making. And I'm saying that in the performance of the preceding functions, the board is working towards the achievement of this. And if you put it, how do we say that the board has failed to perform this function? Because the function is supposed to guide accountability, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable
Speaker.
Yes.
Clause 3.1, which I'll come back to effects of amendment there, is the effect that to achieve the object under section 2, the fund shall and contribute to public safety and economic efficiency through improved conditions of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure. Speaker, these are deliverable functions, functions that are executable. How is it done? For instance, making funds available so that road markings are effected on roads. That is a function. Then bridges, so that reflectors are displayed on bridges so that at night vehicles can, motorists on the roads can easily identify a bridge when they are approaching it. Then related infrastructure, providing guardrails where you have gullies or valleys where highways run through. So these are functions that the fund will have to carry out. So it is appropriate, it is suited to sitting under the function of the fund. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I intend to put a question. I am putting the question on the proposal by Honorable Kabiru to delete N from clause 3 of the bill. As many as are in favor of the deletion of N, say aye. Those against, say no. The noes have it. The clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I'll put a question on entire clause 3. Yes.
Speaker,
Honourable Majority Whip.
May I propose that the outline nature of clause 3 be looked at? Speaker, if we take 3.1, 3.1 has A to Q. But Speaker, we don't have a 3.2. So I propose that we take the 1 out so that the whole provision reads 3A, B, C, D, all the way.
Yes, I will direct the drafters to capture
Speaker,
that accordingly. Then I'll put a question on clause 3 as amended, yes.
And further, to Q, Sir Speaker, I believe we have a standard provision for drafting the opening box for Q. It should read, perform any other function as the board may determine, but not any other function ancillary to the attainment of. Sir Speaker, if the drafters can look at this the way we draft.
There is a distinction between the functions of the board and the functions of the authority or the function of the trust fund.
Yes.
So when it comes to the functions of the board and the functions of other things, that one is determined by the board. So
yes,
this one,
yes,
it should be any other functions. That is ancillary to the attainment of the object of the fund. Any other function ancillary to the object of the fund.
I'll disengage.
Yes.
It's okay.
Very well. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I propose the deletion of P as well, because P is addressed by I. P and I are the same, in my humble opinion, and I propose P and I are the same. They are talking about the same thing here, and it will just be flogging this horse by the repetition of P when I is saying the same thing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, the I is saying established system for the receipt of feedback from citizens, including a public dashboard and mobile platform for that purpose, to receive a feedback. Now the P is saying facilitate citizens' oversight and performing monitoring for public roads, bridges, and you said they are the same. Well, I'll put a question.
Speaker, you should read in conjunction with I and II, and probably that would help us to, because the essence of I is in P. Mr. Speaker, humbly.
Honourable members, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiro to delete the P. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the deletion of the P, say aye. Those against, say no. I think the noes have it. I'll then put a question on the entire clause 3. As many as are in favor of clause 3 as amended, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Board of Trustees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is amendment to that effect. So, subclause I, paragraph D, insert the following new paragraph: roads and highways. Assumo.
As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes. Chairman, clause 4, aye.
Mr. Speaker, amended proposed subclause I, paragraph G, line I, delete 2 and insert 3, and after at least delete 1 and insert 2.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 4, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4, as proposed by the chairman, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman, aye. No, let me put a question on the entire clause 4. As, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a further amendment to clause 4(1)G. 2 other members, so now it becomes 3 other members nominated by the President at least 2 of whom will be women. So instead of 1, we are proposing that it should be 3, and then the 2 should be women.
But that was the amendment carried out by the chairman of the committee. That the first 2 you delete it and insert 3. No.
It says 1 woman. 2. Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I yield. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the composition of the Board of Trustees, they are 15 in number per my count. I have a proposal to delete some of the representation.
Yes, that's the proposal.
Mr. Speaker, my first proposal. Mr. Speaker, my first proposal is on E, a representative from the office of the Attorney General, not below the rank of Chief State Attorney, nominated by the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, I make the proposal for the deletion of this, first because of the numbers of the board, and also to the extent that this is a financing a fund. And the functions of the fund as established is to ensure the sustainable financing and maintenance of roads. So I don't see the real function of getting a representative from the Attorney General necessarily to be a member of the board. That is my first proposal on the deletion. I don't know, I have couple on the same composition. So if I have your permission to go through all before, or you take them one after the other, I want to seek your guidance.
Well, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleague, and I can understand why he's saying this. But, Mr. Speaker, much of what we do at the ministry is contracting. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons, in my view, that we waste a lot of resources on roads and never get any road out of it is simply because of the way contracts are written. Indeed, the last time I was here saying that we paid a contractor $30 million for doing no work, and the contractor was asking us to release him out of the contract, was because of the way the contract was written. Indeed, we have almost 1,000 court cases against agencies under the ministry because of the way contracts are written. Today, if there's anything that we need to strengthen in the ministry, amongst other things, is how contracts are written to make them fit for purpose. I think the presence of the Attorney General, the Minister of Justice on this board will count. So we can actually flag contracts that are not fit for purpose right from the beginning, instead of waiting to go to court. So I think what we rather were saying is that the rendition talked about Office of the Attorney General. Rather, we said Minister of Justice and Attorney General to give it the full rendition of what has been gazetted as the appropriate office. So I would plead with my colleague to let this stay. Rather, we expand it to include Minister of Justice and Attorney General's office.
Mr. Speaker, I shared the same view initially that Honorable Buama just expressed. But reading through the clauses, especially clause 23 and clause 53, it says that the monies of the fund shall not be invested, securitized, or subjected directly or indirectly to any form of financial arrangements. And 53 provides some kind of immunity from suits and attachments. Having regard to the fact that the Ministry of Roads and Transport, Roads and Highways, traditionally has not had a legal department, necessarily the Attorney General becomes the lawyer for the ministry. It will be very useful at this stage to have a member on the board so that the lawyer will guide the board as they proceed along, so that immediately they find some incursions outside of the acts, the lawyer can draw their attention. So I think that it's on the basis of that one that we are allowed this one to stand. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate, of course, the need for a lawyer to be on the board. So ordinarily, I would have contemplated that the 3 other persons nominated by the president, the president would be guided by some of these experiences. But for the benefit of the explanation so provided, I will yield and abandon that particular amendment. So I will go now to my second proposal. Mr. Speaker, it has to do with IV, which is private sector road users nominated by the minister. Mr. Speaker, if you check the composition from I, that is 1F IV, yes. If you take FI, Association of Road Contractors, well-defined, nominated by the association. You go to II, Institute of Engineering, nominated by the institute. Very, very specific. III, Ghana Institute of Surveyors, nominated by the Institute of Surveyors. Very specific. But when you go to IV, Recent Private Sector Road Users, nominated by the minister. I have a difficulty in defining which group of people or association are called private sector road users. We could either identify them as either GPRT or Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council, which is a well-established body which works within the confines of the road sector. So I will make a proposal that this private sector road users be rather replaced by a rep from the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council.
Then, honourable member, what will happen to ProTour?
All part of it. ProTour are all part of the umbrella body.
So that is the difficulty giving the slot to one association. If you get to that particular field, the associations are many. So the discretion is to the minister. It's not only GPRTU, it's not only ProTour, there are many. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you are rightly, as you just said, we have GPRTU, we have ProTour, we have concerned drivers, we have progressive drivers and everything. So what they do is to take it in turns. So it's not easy to just, if you list all of them, it's also an issue. So we leave it this way, and they always find somebody to represent them. So it's not fatal. But we don't want to write GPRTU, because then it becomes a bona fide position for only GPRTU. But we have many transport organizations. In fact, there's even an Apex transport organization, but not every transport organization wants to be under that one as well. So if my colleague would bear with us, it's not fatal.
Yes.
Minister, I see the mischief the Honorable Boama is pointing to. Because if you say a representative of private sector road users, I am.
Yes.
I'm a private sector road user.
Yes.
So who would that representative of me be?
Yes.
So we need to be specific. Let us then give the minister the power to appoint any person who is a road user. It's better than to say that a private sector road user nominated by the minister. If we are not talking about association of those category of people, then we should say an individual, any person that the minister can appoint. We don't even have to even qualify it to be a private sector road user. Because I see the mischief is trying to point out that, are we talking of association? Because if you say a representative, then it means we must be a collection. Then a rep can be selected from among that collection. But if we give the minister a free hand, then he constitutes the board. He can just nominate somebody of some substance to sit on the board.
Well, then it must be recrafted.
Exactly.
Because if you look at the F, it's a representative each of the following. And then it said Ghana Institute of Engineers, Ghana Institute of this in private sector road users nominated by the minister and civil society organization with expertise. You see, I understand it to be that there will be appointment from the collection, but as to which actual group, carefully, they are not doing that, so that the minister can have the opportunity. If this time it is GPLTU, maybe next time it can be Progressive Transport Association, it can be Pro Tour, then it can be cooperative. Among they are all
so Speaker,
private.
So why don't
so it
we?
Could even be you being appointed.
Great. So Mr. Speaker, so because like you said, all the other categories are referable to associations. So would it be okay if we qualify with an association of private sector road users? Aha. Exactly. So I think that we should take this clause out.
Let me hear from the ranking member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the chief whip and Honorable Boama. But Mr. Speaker, the purpose, the reason behind, the rationale behind this particular session is to give the minister the opportunity to be able to nominate any of these private sector road users, so that you don't legislate and put a particular name in the law, which now ties the minister's hand. It means always it will be one association that will be benefiting from that. They should rotate it, like the minister said. You have several of these private roads. I mean, there are many. So at least it should be flexible. It should be flexible for the minister to be able to do the nomination, nominate somebody at it. So I don't think this is fatal. We should keep it as it is.
Yes.
We should keep it as
and
it
to
is.
Honorable Chief Whip, you see, if you delete the representative capacity, then you appoint any individual, then you are not appointing the individual in a representative capacity. So the person that the minister would appoint to represent the private sector road users. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having listened to the minister and colleagues, I think the simple and the ranking member, the simplest rendition is a road user nominated by the minister. A road user nominated by the minister. The reason is that when you say private sector road users, who are private sector road users? And who are public sector road users? Should I be driving a government vehicle to be a public sector road user? Or if I drive my own private vehicle, I'm a private sector road user? Should I be driving the vehicle as a commercial vehicle to be a private sector road user? So I think that the simplest thing is to say a road user. Road user. When you say road user...
So, Honorable Leader, propose amendment to the IV.
Yes, so my proposed amendment is, because you see, every other nomination or category is an institution. Either an institution or a professional association or an economic commercial association. But an ordinary road user is not represented. Every other representative is an institution or a commercial association.
But I think the idea is to bring in just an individual. And so to make it very simple, just say road user nominated by the minister. And all of us are road users. It could be you, it could be any other person, just so that they can bring on board at the deliberations of the board their views on the matter. Otherwise, I just want to understand, what do you mean by a private sector road user? Who is a private sector road user?
Yes.
Okay. I believe the idea is private sector road user organization. Yes, so that we take away the individuals, we take away those who are just driving government vehicles. But we should give the flexibility more to the minister to do that nomination. So it should be private sector road user organization, so that amongst the associations, you can pick somebody from there. So we should keep, yes, so it should be private sector road user organizations.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the composition of the Board of Trustees for a fund, ordinarily one would have expected to see corporate finance experts, investment bankers, and so on and so forth. But this is not that type of fund, because if you look at the prohibition on investment, that means that they are not supposed to do much beyond just the management of the fund. So you are looking for representatives from various, stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, the road user is not just an ordinary road user, but representative of an association or a group, so that the person can bring perspectives from trotro drivers, tanker drivers, and so on and so forth, and they will bring some perspectives to the board. So it's not just any ordinary road user, but somebody representing a stakeholder organization. I think we should be minded by this. And we have such provisions in the DVLA Acts, National Road Safety Acts, Road Authority
So
Act,
how
and
is
so on
it
and so forth. So,
captured?
Mr. Speaker,
How
let's
is
be
it
guided.
captured there?
Mr. Speaker, so, well, what I see is that the earlier rendition was for us to have private sector road users nominated by Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council or GPRTU or any other organization. That one, if you want any other of the groups that you want, but normally for DVLA, all the existing acts, we have used GRTCC as the apex body of all the transport associations. So the minister, it's up to the minister to decide which group, but we are not making this law for the minister. And so we can be guided by the precedents that has been set over the years, and we can have regard to the DVLA Act, Road Safety Act.
Well, the proposal is to say private sector road users organization.
Private sector road user associations.
The word, former minister, your word is what I am quoting. You use the word organizations. Honorable Kobe, you use the word organizations, not associations.
You have Yango drivers, Uber drivers, so you can be able to nominate along the organizational lines.
Very well. So the proposal is after user, insert organizations. Yes, let me hear from the minister.
Mr. Speaker, the use of the word private here is to determine that that individual is independent of the public. Mr. Speaker, currently, we are in the Ministry of Transport is in the process of legitimizing the use of motorbikes as a means of transportation. This act would collect tolls. The toll collection will be a factor of funds coming into this. In fact, Okada riders are more than almost all public servants put together across the country. It is a significant, of course, even the policeman going to work in Adaklu, use Okada, that is a fact. I don't know about you in the city, but we in the village, Okada is not much of what you can call a crime, because even the policeman have to use Okada because that's the only means of transportation. We are trying to make it as flexible as possible, that you can determine and say that somebody who is not from, because everything else is official, engineers and everything. So we should have an opportunity to bring somebody who doesn't fall into any of these categories.
Yes, that's why they are giving the opportunity to the minister.
Exactly. So it's not a...
See,
exactly.
So...
Yes.
Yes.
Speaker, with the explanation from the sponsors of the bill, I think the leaders earlier proposed amendment carries the intent more that it should be...
By the example that you have given,
yes,
that you are a road user.
Yes, I'm a road user.
The intendment of the law,
yes,
is not to bring a person like you.
I agree.
As a road user.
I agree.
That is why the word private, if you listen to his last comment,
yes,
is very important.
Yes.
But the proposal of leader is to delete private sector and make it road users. Yes. So how does he capture the sense that he's saying that it is not really targeting the public sector workers, but private sector users
Speaker,
of the road?
Speaker, if we adopt leaders' proposed amendment, then the regulation could give a guide that in picking that road user, you may have recourse to some other checklist. It can be done. It can be done. It will provide a guide. And because it's a discretion.
If I happen to be at that subsidiary legislation committee, I would argue that if the framers of the law intend that it should be private, commercial, or public sector, the law would have specified it. So when it remains road user, you cannot bring a regulation to tie it down to either private or public sector.
No, Speaker, the regulation will be providing a guide. It's a guide. And Speaker, you have been a master of these things. It's to provide a guide because it's a discretion. We are asking him, we are mandating him to have the power to nominate.
So if the law has given the discretion to the minister, why will you go and pass regulation to limit that discretion?
The regulation will not be limiting. It will be providing a guide. It will be providing a guide, Mr. Speaker.
Let's agree on the proposed rendition, and then I'll put a question, and then we can make progress. Yes, Honorable.
Leader, I think that what leader said actually captures virtually what I said. But just to make sure that when somebody is reading the law, it's not ambiguous, I believe that we need to put the organization, that we are sure we are taking it away from the normal public sector. So it goes to the private sector organization, which are road users. As for the discretion given to the minister, I don't think that any of us want to take it from the minister. But it's just that I wanted to put it in quote so that people understand it well. So I think we should go with the private sector road user organization.
Very well, I intend to, yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have, you've guided us enough, and we're going with the road user nominated by the minister. So it will be so simple for us.
Very well.
So
Then somebody should
nominated
propose the rendition, and let me put a question on the rendition.
Speaker, that was proposed by the majority leader. So a road user nominated by the minister. I so move.
Honorable member, what I'm expecting to hear is that in the clause, delete private sector. The new rendition will be road user nominated by the minister. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment as proposed is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made an amendment which did not appear on the order paper. Under D, representatives of each of the ministries responsible for finance, local government. There was transport. That's 3. No, handwritten. Yes, I'm looking. I'm reading from my screen. So there's another order paper. All right.
Yes, I can recall there was such an amendment. But it's not captured by the order paper. So, Chairman, you may move that amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that transport be added to III and transport standing as III. So it will read a representative each of the ministries responsible for finance, local government, transport. As we move.
Honorable members, to tidy up the amendment for the drafters, after finance, delete and after local government, you then insert the and you bring I, transports. Chairman of the committee, is that the intended amendment?
Yes, Speaker, exactly so.
Yes. Let me hear Chair Samuel. I'll come to, yes.
Mr. Speaker, looking at the earlier bills that we have worked on here, is it possible we can merge 4.1 C and D, since we have, it says a representative of the ministry. We know the ministry will be at the interpretation side. So instead of picking finance, local government, transport, and the parent ministry, which is, so you matched it. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Asamoah, I know of a minister being defined, but not ministries. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm coming with a new proposal.
No, I cited this severally, that when amendment is under consideration, until that amendment is exhausted, you don't move to another amendment. Yes, Honorable Collins.
Mr. Speaker, same 4D, a representative of each of the ministries responsible for finance, local government, transport. I'm proposing a representative from the energy ministry in addition to this.
Let's settle this. Yes, Honorable Member, is it on the proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just taking a cue from the amendment proposed by the chairman because of the handwritten. And so I was asking whether, for clarity, in 4J, we are
accepting the handwritten 3 instead of the council 2. That's already been done. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I was at the appointment committee. I'm told that's been done.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Collins.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, still on 4D, I propose a representative of the Ministry of Energy be included as IV. I shall propose.
Chairman of the committee, the proposal is to include Energy Ministry. Yes.
Speaker, I am opposing to the proposal being made by the honorable member. I'm doing so because, Mr. Speaker, already the number of board of trustees is about 15, which is even too large. He's also proposing another one. We can't even have an even number. It means we need to add another one to make it 17. We can't keep on adding to the number to increase it. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to, also I want to know why the honorable member want to add the Ministry of Energy to it. He didn't give us any reason. He should give us a reason why he want to add, whether it situates well to the operations of the ministry or not. So he should be able to tell us so that it will guide us to make a decision.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
A rep from the Energy Ministry used to be on the board. And now if you go to 22, the source of funds for the Road Maintenance Trust Fund includes levies on petroleum products. It includes levies on petroleum products. And the Energy Ministry used to be there. So I am just proposing that I don't know why you've taken it out. Why did you take it out? It used to be there. It used to be there. I am proposing an addition.
Honorable member, don't you think the presence of the Finance Ministry will address that? Today,
no.
They came to do the energy sector levies.
I'm sure the Finance Ministry represents everybody.
Number 2.
I'm saying that.
No, but when they are coming to do that particular bill, the energy sector is there. All right.
Yes.
But that bill was shepherded by the Finance Ministry because it is something that has got to do with funding.
It was shepherded in conjunction with the Committee on Energy.
Yes, but
it was a joint memorandum.
By our record.
It was a joint memorandum.
By our record.
Yeah, by our records, respectfully.
Yes, by our record.
By your records, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, it was a joint memorandum. It was a joint memorandum.
If it is joint, the Energy Minister should have been here to move the motion. Well, if you insist, I will put the question. Yes, as many as are in favor of, yes,
maybe,
on the same
Mr.
issue.
Speaker, you can substitute the Attorney General and bring the Ministry of Energy.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to clause 39. Clause 39, 2B. It provides that the fund shall, in consultation with the minister, develop protocols for data sharing with the ministries responsible for finance, local governments, the interior, and transports. So, Mr. Speaker, in constituting the board, you have regard to these critical stakeholders. And because of the unwieldy nature of the number already, we should have included Ministry of Interior so that they would have nominated somebody from MTTD to represent the ministry. But we thought that increasing the number to 16 was becoming, way too much. So the whole idea is for probably the minister to make a proposal for the president to invite somebody from the Ministry of Interior, in which case somebody from the MTTD will be brought in, because they need to give some perspectives regarding road traffic accidents and where attention should be directed to. So, but I appreciate where my friend Collins is coming from. But in terms of the ESLA Act, as a matter of fact, the road fund levy goes straight into the coffers of the Ministry of Finance. So if we have Minister of Finance here, I think that it should suffice. And I'm thinking we should, we can do away with it for now. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Collins, you drop the amendment or I should put a question?
I stand by my amendment, please.
Very well. Honorable members, I am putting, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member in his submission wrongly accused me that I'm the one you removed the energy ministry from the bill. I am not the sponsor of the bill. So for my colleague to accuse me wrongly.
Record.
Mr. Speaker.
It didn't go into the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. But you know, he has made a valid request, which I want the minister is here, the sponsor is here, to look at it carefully. If previously the Ministry of Energy was sitting on the board, and this new bill or this new act they are not going to sit on the bill, then his request or his proposal that we should substitute the Attorney General, yes, the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Justice, and replace it with the Ministry of Energy, who previously sit on the same board, the Road Fund Board. But this time around, they have been deleted completely from there. The minister is there. I want the minister to maybe tell the House why he thinks that the ministry, the Office of the Attorney General should be on the board, but not the Ministry of Energy.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you have made your point, and I want to put a question on the point that you have raised.
My senior colleague, my senior colleague suggested that I responded directly to him. I just want that to be clear.
I indicated that that is not part of our records.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, I am putting the question first on the proposal made by Honorable Collins Adumanko Mensah. Did I get the name correct? That we should add ministry representative from Ministry of Energy. All those in favor of that proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. So I think Honorable Adomako, your guess is as good as mine. The noes have it. Then I'll put a question on the entire clause 4. As many as are in favor of Yes, Honorable Lokuto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For FII, the Ghana Institution of Engineering, I propose the deletion of engineering and replace with engineers. It's Ghana Institution of Engineers.
You have to check that terminology correctly. Whether it is Ghana Institution of Engineering or Ghana Institution of Engineers. What do we have?
Mr. Speaker, it is Ghana Institution of Engineering. So please, yes.
So the terminology as contained in the bill is correct.
Engineering. Yes, yes.
Honourable members, we had enough on clause 4. I will intend to put a question. As many as in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Functions of the Board of Trustees.
Clause 5.
Functions of the Board of Trustees.
Amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as Is there any proposed amendment to clause 5 of the bill?
Speaker, there was 2 proposed amendments to clause 4. I was on my feet. Please. Please stop that.
What is your proposed amendment to clause 4?
Speaker, 2 proposed amendments to clause 4. Clause 4(1)(a). Speaker, the indication is that the minister should be the chairperson or his representative. So the phrase as it is, a chairperson, has to be amended to reflect that. Then 2, I agree that yes, we draft in singular, but the proposed amendment carried to G, that is 4(1)(g). 3 other persons nominated by the president, at least 2 of whom is a woman, cannot be grammatically, it's incorrect. It's incorrect. So
that one, I would direct the drafters to tidy it up.
No, we don't do it like that. There's a way of framing it. So it should be properly phrased. So, Mr. Speaker, coming back to 4(1)(a), it should read, the governing body of the fund is a board of trustees consisting of the minister as chairperson or his representative. This is the amendment that I intend to carry. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, that is the proposed amendment, and it is for the consideration of the House.
No, but
yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I thought you put the question and it's already been done. So, respectfully,
go and read our standing orders about the consideration and why the maize is tilted at consideration stage. Then you get back to
Mr. Speaker,
ask
you made
your question.
that there have been several times that once you put the question and somebody wants to...
You see, when we are presiding over the House,
yes,
the rules give discretion to whoever is chairing. So sometimes you need to be very careful challenging the exercise of a discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect, I did not seek to challenge. I only sought to draw your attention. But we are here for your education. I take a cue.
Honourable members, once again, I will implore our first members to get the understanding why at the consideration stage of a bill, the maize is tilted. The meaning is that the rules are relaxed. And when the rules are relaxed, it is at the discretion of the person presiding. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are absolutely correct and absolutely right. Beyond the fact that the rules are relaxed, Mr. Speaker, it is trite that Parliament is also master of its own rules. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I support your position. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment proposed by our able Chief Whip. Yes, I so support the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I intend to put a question on the amendment proposed by, yes, Honourable Tampoli.
Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment had been tabled at the committee level, and there were back and forth as far as the propriety of that proposal is concerned. Mr. Speaker, it has to be put on record that the issue that was raised was that you need some kind of, continuity, some certainty and institutional grinding of the chairman of the board. And the issue that was raised was that it comes a time that the minister may be reshuffled. So if you have 3 ministers during a tenure, then you are likely to have 3 board chairmen. But if you have 1 chairman, chances are that if the minister leaves, the board chairman remains. Then you have some amount of continuity and then progression of work. So, Mr. Speaker, the idea is that we should insulate the minister, who is likely going to be the one to swear in the board chairman, from himself being sworn in by who, I don't know. But the practice, I think that is normally that either the minister nominates somebody,
But
or
the,
he proposes somebody to become the board chairman.
Are you sure the minister is the one who administers oath of a board? Is it not the case that they normally bring a high court judge to come and administer the oath?
No, it's the ministers. When I was a deputy minister, I swore in a lot of boards. I swore in a lot of boards, Mr. Speaker.
I've been guided accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is anything wrong with the minister chairing it. Mr. Speaker, if there are many government institutions that the minister responsible for that sector chair it. If you go to GIFEX, the minister responsible for communication is the one who is chairing it. I was a staff of the Ghana Free Zones Board. Ghana Free Zones Board, the minister responsible for trade and industry is the chairman of the Ghana Free Zones Board. So if the minister is to chair it, because this is very important, and we are trying to cure something. The previous road fund, because of the fact that someone else was chairing it, not the minister, there was a problem. The minister who supervises every road's activities should be able to have the opportunity to be able to also look at that. Because at the end of the day, the minister appears here, he answers questions relative to road. The minister supervises whatever we do in terms of the road. So he should be able to supervise, but someone else shouldn't be calling the shot if we have to get to stage of payment. So left to me alone, I think the minister being the chairperson of the fund should be the right way.
Honourable members, I think we've taken enough view on this. I intend to put a question, Honourable Tampuli. I will not hear you on this issue again. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I support the position of my brother, the Honourable Gentleman Tampuli. Mr. Speaker, it is very important we grow institutional memory and grow institutional culture. Mr. Speaker, the possibility of constant reshuffle by the president of the minister would mean that making the minister chair the board, very respectfully, could possibly truncate the growth of institutional culture and memory, Mr. Speaker, and destabilize the fund. Mr. Speaker, where we have a board chair, separate and independent of the minister, guaranteed a term of 4 years, like most state institutions, Mr. Speaker, would ensure that continuity and that culture. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know that my brother will not be happy with me, my brother, the Minister for Roads, because he looks forward to chairing the board.
Honourable Member, in making law, we don't make law for any individual. So withdraw your statement that he will not be happy with you.
Mr. Speaker, you don't seem to be at a good place today, so I will withdraw it.
Very well.
You don't seem too kind today. I will withdraw it, Mr.
Very
Speaker.
well. Withdraw
but
it.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I think that consistent with most the laws governing most state agencies, where the board has chairpersons independent of the minister, I think that it will be appropriate in the circumstance, Mr. Speaker, to go along that path.
What do you say to GIFEC board?
Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why we have to
What
depart.
do you say to Free Zone board?
That is the reason why we have to depart.
Very well. Very well.
The inconsistencies, Mr. Speaker, does not inhere
Very
to
well.
the benefit
Honourable
of
members,
such
I
institutions.
intend to put a question. Yes, Honourable Soini.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to draw our attention to the memorandum that accompanied this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the memorandum that accompanied this bill, under paragraph 3, it says that, in other words, we are not establishing a fund. A fund already exists. We are seeking to improve the operations of a fund. And so paragraph 3 tells us what we are expected to improve. And when you look at paragraph 3, it says, over the years, the road fund has faced institutional and legal challenges, including inequitable disbursements, vulnerability to lawsuits, garnishment of the bank accounts of the fund, as well as weak transparency and accountability. So we are simply seeking to improve the existing fund so that it will be more transparent, it will be more accountable, it will ensure equity. And if that is the case, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker, if you look at the existing fund, under clause 3, no, not 3, the membership of the board, that is Act 536, the membership of the board, that is Section 5 of Act 536. It says that there is hereby established a management board for the fund, which shall be known as the Road Fund Management Board. 2, the board is composed of A, the minister responsible for roads and transport, or the representative of the minister as the chairman. That's what the existing law says. And so, Mr. Speaker, in view of the memorandum and what we are seeking to improve, how does taking the minister out as chairman improve transparency, accountability, and equity? All we are seeking to do is to improve the fund, but still within the ministry, and for it to be used for the purpose of the ministry. So if you are seeking to change, to remove the minister now as chair from the existing law, what are we seeking to do? Mr. Speaker, on this note, I support the amendment that has been proposed by the Chief Whip. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, by way of providing a background, for a good reason, the law has been amended to make the chairperson the minister responsible for rules. I always maintain that sometimes in making law, you need to identify a mischief that the law is seeking to address. We saw a problem when the chairperson was given to a person other than the minister. So in order to cure that particular mischief, before today, the law has been amended to give that particular power to the minister. The question therefore is, what is the reason changing it back to the status quo? So, honourable members, I will put a question on the proposed amendment by the Chief Whip. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the Chief Whip, say aye. Those against, say no.
Mr. Speaker, if you could specify the exact amendment, because people may get confused, so that we'll just support
the amendment proposed by the Chief Whip is to maintain the status quo and make the minister responsible for roads and highways a chairperson of the board of the trustees or his representative. So I would, when it is carried, I would direct the draft person to pick the correct rendition from the existing act. As many as are in favor of the motion, as many as are in the favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed to clause 4(1)(a) is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, entire clause 4. As many as are in favor of clause 4 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 5.
Functions of the Board of Trustees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, there being no proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Duties and liabilities of a member of the Board of Trustees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 6? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Tenure of office of members of the Board of Trustees.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Meetings of the Board of Trustees.
Chairman of the committee.
There is amendment proposed. Subclause 3, delete 7 and insert 8.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, just to alert the drafters that the 8 is simply because we have 15 members of the board now. So when you are doing, just to get a tally to make sure that the tally is 15 to get it to 8. If you find any discrepancy, just let us know so that we can correct that.
Well, yes, Honorable Tampoli.
Mr. Speaker, I need guidance regarding clause 8.3. The quorum for a meeting of the Board of Trustees normally by convention is 1/3. Just like we have Article 102 of the Constitution, the quorum to commence business, and a decision quorum under Article 104. So, Mr. Speaker, consistent with that and other existing laws, normally you don't need more than half the number of members to start a meeting. 1/3 will suffice, and then when you are taking a decision, then clause 8.5 comes in. Then that's where you need about 8 to take a decision. So that, Mr. Speaker, even in this House, it's difficult to have members, come in early enough for you to start business. So normally you start with the small threshold. Then as you move along, you have other members come. Then for a substantive decision to be taken, you need at least 8. That is the counter proposal that I'm making.
Honorable Minister.
Speaker, thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I want to support the chairman's proposal, Mr. Speaker. This is about a board that takes very significant decisions about all the things we talked about here. Mr. Speaker, imagine if the board is 15, and then you have, let's say, 5 people attending a meeting, taking a decision. Don't you think that the board chairman will basically decide that just few people who are aligned to him would go and take a decision and disburse this money? So, Mr. Speaker, the larger the number, the better. 8 is nothing. If you are a member of a board, 15-member board, and you constantly absent yourself from then you are not fit to be on the board. So, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't even pride ourselves with the fact that we are 276 and we are struggling to get quorum to do business sometimes. It shouldn't be something we should even be saying, because we are all supposed to be here anyway. We know we can all not be here every time, but we should endeavor that at least when major decisions are supposed to be taken, majority of us are here. So I think the 8 is appropriate. And the 8 is simply because then once you have a quorum to start the meeting, you automatically have a quorum to take a decision. And I think that is better.
Honourable members, I intend to put a question on clause 8. As many as are in favor of clause 8 as amended by the... Let me put a question on the proposed amendment first. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 8.3, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The proposed amendment to clause 8.3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Then I put a question on entire clause 8. As many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Establishment of committee.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, this is a standard provision. As many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Yes.
Yes. I know you've taken a decision on it. Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister. On clause 10, the subcommittees, Technical, Finance, and Risk Committee. Don't you think you need a monitoring and evaluation committee established? I know there's an omnibus clause there, but it has to find expression here because you can't. I propose that we have a new sub-clause under 10. Under 10.3C. So we should have 10.3D, which should have a monitoring and evaluation committee. I so move. I propose, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Susu. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the proposed amendment by the Honourable colleague because given the nature of the fund, it will be really important that we have a committee that does monitoring and evaluation. So I still support the proposal by the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker.
Is it monitoring and evaluation of the roads or the management of the fund?
Mr. Speaker, it will be the implementation of the fund. So basically, the management of the fund. And
very well. Yes. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Patrick Yaobuama, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 10 is amended in sub-clause 3 to add monitoring and evaluation. Honourable members, don't we think that there should be an omnibus clause to clause 10? To the effect that any other committee that the board may determine. Yes.
The omnibus clause is the 10.3. It says that without limiting subsection 1, the Board of Trustees shall establish the following committees. That means that you can add any other committee from clause 1. The Board of Trustees may establish committees consisting of members of the Board of Trustees, non-members, or both to perform a function of the Board of Trustees. So if you read the two together, you get the sense that it gels, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Well, I do not get it from the language. If you look at other laws, we normally have an omnibus clause that will say that the board may establish such other committees as the board may deem fit. This one, they say the Board of Trustees may establish committees consisting of members of the Board of Trustees, non-members, or both to perform a function of the Board of Trustees. This one is just making reference to the fact that the committee is going to be composed by the board. Can either be members of the board, non-members of the board, or both. That is what the cross-reference means. But the committees that we have listed here may not be exhaustive. So what happens if the board in future decides to establish another committee? Yes, Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, your guidance is splendid. So let there be an omnibus, clause.
Honorable members, I intend to direct the drafters to make provision for an omnibus clause. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Then I'll put a question again on entire clause 10. As many as are in favor of clause 10 as variously amended say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Allowances.
Chairman of the committee doesn't have any proposed amendment. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Policy directive.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, please.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Divisions, directorates, departments, and units of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Officers of the fund.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Appointment of administrator.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 15 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Functions of the administrator.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 16 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Appointment of deputy administrator.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Functions of the deputy administrator.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Secretary to the Board of Trustees.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 19(1) indicates that the administrator shall serve as the secretary to the Board of Trustees. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the functions of the administrator as the head of the fund is inappropriate and is not consistent with normally the secretary to boards or secretaries to fund. So I'm proposing that the secretary to the Board of Trustees should be a staff of the fund appointed by the administrator in consultation with the board. Because if you look at the functions of the secretary, to provide administrative and secretarial support to the board, issue notices of meetings, maintain register of minutes. That can never be the function of the administrator of the fund. It should be a staff that has been appointed between the administrator and the board of trustees. I so move.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the position taken by our colleague is right, but so the rendition will be that there shall be a secretary to the board appointed by the administrator in consultation with the board. That is okay. Okay. In this case, the secretary shall not be a member of the board. Okay, all right.
You see, honorable members, we have three main ways of doing this. Either a secretariat is being established. Two, where the entity that we are creating as a legal department, then we say the head of legal shall act as the secretary to the board. Three, we may ask the administrator to act as the secretary to the board. But where that happens, there will be clause 2, which will give power to the administrator to delegate that particular function, but he is not relieved of ultimate responsibility. That I have not seen in this rendition. So the member is right in raising the issue. But when I look at this particular bill, it is not creating a secretariat, it's not creating a legal department. Yes, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, just in line with your submission, particularly your last point, if I may refer you to clause 16(2), it cures the issue that you have just raised because it gives power to the administrator to delegate any function that the administrator may perform to any officer. And so even if he's made the secretary to the board, at any point in time, he can delegate that function per clause 16(2), which gives him the power to do so. And so that has no standing here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member is here. I have now seen it. That is 16(2). So it doesn't mean that he will do, yes, but it doesn't relieve him of the ultimate responsibility. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in as much as the clause my colleague has pointed to is in order, the 2 is in relation to the functions of the administrator as enumerated under 16. When you come to secretary of the board of trustees, that is a separate section that is looking at the board of trustees. And I know, properly so called.
Honourable member, you will be right if you don't consider being a secretary to the board as a function. But if you consider it as a function, then it means that that function can be delegated.
Mr. Speaker, in this House, it is easy to try and make these understandings and the rest. But we've passed recently, all the laws that we've passed in terms of establishing boards of funds, including what we are having today. We've been very careful to either set up a secretariat or, as you said, get someone nominated to serve as a secretary. I'm saying this again because if you put the function here, that the administrator shall serve as the secretary to the board with these functions. It is inappropriate. Someone appointed, look at the appointing authority. The president shall appoint this person. And you are coming to clause 19, giving him this shall responsibility as secretary. It is inappropriate from what I said, and looking at all the laws that we have passed. So let's just refine it and properly situate the creation of either a secretariat or the power of the board and then the administrator to appoint someone as secretary. Once the person is appointed, of course, the administrator is obliged to give the person an office and the needed logistics to function. That is my view, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm with my colleague up to that point, but the fund doesn't have a legal department, and we don't intend to create a secretariat or legal department because we don't want the fund to start consuming almost all the resources we have allocated to them on themselves. So we want to avoid creating an elaborate situation where their overheads are a quarter of the accruals to the fund. So if we want to refine it by saying that the secretary, how do you call it, the administrator shall be the secretary. However, the administrator can nominate somebody to act on his behalf, but shall not absolve himself from the decisions or the conduct of that individual. I think that solves the problem. If you want to help us, because I'm with you up to the point that it's not appropriate to just name that he should do that. And then you made reference to the president appointing, but in any case, everybody in public service in Ghana is appointed by the president, including the teacher and the nurse, in theory. But he doesn't do that directly. He does that through the other people.
Rightly so, Honorable Minister. But the difficulty is looking at the functions of the secretary, which includes coordinating, facilitate communication between Board of Trustees and implementing agencies, coordinate documentation, reporting compliance, perform any other function as the board may direct. So when you look at all of these clearly stated functions of the board secretary, you cannot at the first level put that burden on the administrator. So it's if you look at the entire function. So exactly that is what I said, and you concurred, that the administrator, in consultation with the Board of Trustees, would appoint an officer to be the secretary to the board, and then all the others will flow. For board secretary. Yes.
Honorable members, there may be a problem.
Okay.
Because if you look at the appointment of the other staff, it says that the president shall, in accordance with Article 195 of the Constitution, appoint other staff of the fund that are necessary for the effective and efficient performance of the functions of the fund. So if you go and then you are now giving the appointment of the other staff function as a secretary to the administrator in consultation with the board, it may be problematic. Honorable members, let's look at it this way. The board may designate a staff of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund as the secretary to the Board of Trustees, so that if the board so designates the administrator, the deputy administrator, or any other staff is within the ambit of the law. Would that solve the problem?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want?
Yes.
The secretary to the board, it should be the decision of the board to select who plays the role of a secretary to the board.
Yes.
So I agree. I 100% agree with you.
Very well.
I mean, we need to go with your rendition. I mean, we cannot spend much time on this particular clause.
Yes. Are we in favor?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I move that the rendition that you rightly gave to the House be adopted as the new rendition for the appointment of Secretary to the Board of the Trustees.
As many as are in favor of the proposed rendition to clause 19(1), say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19(1), as proposed, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes?
Speaker, I seek your kind indulgence for your guidance on this matter. Speaker, it's difficult for me because I know my colleague wants us to dispense of this business. At the start of sitting today, we got a colleague on the other side coming under 67(2) for order of business to be varied, and the application was granted. Speaker, however, when we moved on, if you look at the order paper and order of business, Speaker, and we should have reverted back to item 6, because, Speaker, our orders, order 71, Speaker, if you permit me, and I'm saying this for your guidance. Order 71 says, every Friday, the chairperson of the business committee shall present to the House a statement on the business arranged for the following week. That business has not been dispensed of. And I think in the course of varying the business, we got muffled with the litany of businesses. If we don't take it, we'll stand in defiance of Order 71. I'm just bringing it to your notice so that we are all guided. We can proceed on the consideration, or we can either suspend the consideration, do it, and come back to it. Speaker, I so submit.
Business committee, were you able to meet?
I was there, but we were told, and the draft was brought. I saw the draft business statement. But we were told that the other leaders were engaged in other business. So the clerk suggested that when we come to the chamber, we can exit momentarily and endorse the proposed amendment so that it could be presented. So there is a draft business statement.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my good friend, the respected whip on the other side is right. I think the mood of the House initially was that we were rising today. But later, I think leadership persuaded Mr. Speaker to allow us to do a few more businesses, including this one, and I'm grateful to colleagues. So it's also not unusual that we come back on Monday sometimes for them to quickly meet and then bring a report to the House for adoption. But whilst we are here, I think leadership can confer and see whether they can quickly put something together whilst the business goes on and then save us at a point in time.
Very well.
So I'll leadership.
Let's be making progress. I would get an indication from the chairman of the business committee.
Even the chief whip, my colleague,
yes.
The majority chief whip,
yes,
we can agree
yeah.
and then relate to you.
Very well. Then may the whips engage and then relate to me. Honourable members, with your pleasure, I may want to direct that for clause 16C, clause 16B, then we have C, to again put the omnibus clause to read any other functions that the board may assign.
Mr. Speaker, I think that that's a really great suggestion, and we support that.
So, if you are in favor, I will again put a question on clause 16. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 16 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, honorable members, do I put a question on entire clause 19? The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 19 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Appointment of other staff.
Yes, I consequentially direct the drafters to tidy up the proposed amendment for us. Clause 20.
Appointment of other staff.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 20? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Internal Audit Unit.
Chairman of the committee.
Respectfully, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 21 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22. Yes,
Monies of the fund.
Mr. Speaker, there is a proposed amendment. Paragraph H to be deleted.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is to delete paragraph H, loans, and it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will put a question. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will put a question on the entire clause 22. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 22 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Prohibition of investment.
Chairman of the committee. Yes. You may use the next available microphone. The rules are relaxed at consideration stage.
It's okay now.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I would like to crave your indulgence to go back to 22. Mr. Speaker, 22A provides that one of the sources of funding for the fund is a road maintenance levy on petroleum products as determined by Cabinet with the approval of Parliament. B, 22B. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, I pray that we consider this and expunge it because, Mr. Speaker, it's going to result in untold hardship on the people of this country. Ranking, why?
Oh, leader. Oh, no.
There is your enemy.
Honourable member, the rule is you address the chair.
Oh, leader.
Honourable member, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, introducing a road maintenance levy on petroleum products, Mr. Speaker, in addition to what has already been done, is going to result in untold hardship. It's going to result in untold hardship on the people of this country, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Minister, what do you say to this?
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Honourable Tampoli.
Mr. Speaker, I think that my learned and dandy friend should make reference to our days at the MPA. The road fund has always been in the price build-up, which currently I think is about 49 or so percent. So, and last year, for instance, we know it generated about 2.3 billion straight into the SX. Unless he's proposing that we should do away completely with that part, then that one I'll agree with you. If you are saying that we should completely throw it.
Well, honorable member,
but that one,
is he already in existence?
We'll be bringing the finance minister to come and answer, not the road minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think it was on a lighter note.
Yes,
so
yes. Sometimes they want to do politics with everything, which for me is not correct. Clause 23.
Prohibition on investment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Bank account of the fund.
Chairman of the committee. Honourable members, in the absence
Speaker,
of any proposed
amendment.
The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 24 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Expenses of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 25 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Withdrawal of monies from the fund.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 26? Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on I drew your attention to clause 4. Mr. Speaker, clause 26 says money shall not be withdrawn from the fund unless the withdrawal is jointly authorized by the administrator and the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, in this bill we have the minister as the chairperson. From clause 4, the minister is the chairperson.
Reading the entire clause 4B. The entire clause 26B. The one you are talking about.
The chairperson of the Board of Trustees or a member of the Board of Trustees designated in writing by the Board of Trustees for this purpose. But, Mr. Speaker, the first person is the chairperson, who is the minister.
Yes, you have the floor. Continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, with all these institutions, the funds, most of the funds we have Chief Finance Officer and the Director of Finance. So I seek your guidance in this one. If we can insulate the chairperson from withdrawal of funds so that accountability will be key. So I propose that the chairperson of the Board of Trustees should be deleted so that a member of the Board of Trustees designated in writing by the Board of Trustees for this purpose. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chief.
Speaker, I am struggling to appreciate the rationale for the proposed amendment. One, because under clause 4, the chairperson as well as the administrator, the chairperson who is the minister is on the board as well as the administrator. Now when it comes to 26(1)(b), where you have the issue, if you are saying that because the minister is the chairperson and therefore it should be insulated, what about the administrator? You understand? So your rationale is not tenable for purposes of seeking that the minister should be insulated by being deleted. So I think that we should leave it the way it is. It's our approval. is about approval. So once they are mandated under law to approve, I don't think it has the legislation.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in relation to the proposal made by my colleague, I believe that these are matters of payments that are supposed to be made by the fund. And as a fund, if there are issues related or that come after the withdrawals, the supervisory authority is the ministry, which is headed by the minister. And so my considered view is that unless we are saying that the minister who is the chairperson or his rep, I still believe that we have the administrator and then the other person who should co-sign the withdrawal from the fund should be an appointee of the board, which is a member of the board. So I side with him that the chairperson of the board of trustees should be deleted, and then we take it a member. Oh, he said.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Given the opportunity as a board of trustee, as a chairperson, you want to stay out, and by the time you realize monies are taken from that particular account,
because
and you will be held liable.
No, because he's the chairman. This is withdrawal. I'm just putting up good governance practice. Hold on, yeah, I know. Good governance practice. I'm just coming up with good governance practice because the chairman is the minister. So if the chairman is the minister and all the approvals are being done by the board, remember that the approvals of payments are supposed to be done by the board, which is chaired by the minister. So there shouldn't be any difficulty when it comes to signing.
My brother, you see, the question that I'm asking you is that he is the minister. He has that role. But over here, he is the chairperson of the board of trustees to manage the fund. And you know the responsibility on the chairperson of the board of such trustees when it comes to the management of the fund. So your rendition will go to the effect that whoever is the chairman of the board of trustees should not be in charge of withdrawal of money from the fund. And you feel monies can be withdrawn from the fund without. Yes, Honorable Soso.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the language of the Act, it says that money shall not be withdrawn from the fund unless with the withdrawal is jointly authorized. Mr. Speaker, authorization does not mean signing. You know, in accounting, spectrum, authorization could be passing CVs and authorizing the process by which funds are released. So, particularly because this is a special purpose vehicle, and that's why the minister is chairing, the minister who is responsible for rules must have interest in authorizing any withdrawal that comes from the fund.
How much is taken out?
I think you are fine with that, Mr. Speaker. So that's the reason why the rendition is the way it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what we are doing, we are merely legislating what the practice is. As far as I'm concerned, you can't make payments currently under the road fund without the minister's authorization. So we are more or less, putting it in writing just to make it for certain that the minister must have a say. I think that is the whole idea. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, knowing the responsibilities of trustees of a fund, if you were to be the chairman, you would allow a withdrawal without you authorizing?
Speaker, I think
that would be suicidal.
Speaker, I think we've agreed that the chairperson should authorize.
Yes.
But, so that is fine. So we withdraw our proposal.
Okay, very well.
But, Speaker, I need your guidance on the two. On the two, which says that where a withdrawal is executed through an electronic system, the system shall ensure dual approval, incorporating appropriate audit trails and internal controls. But in this dual approval, it is not stated whose approval, and it doesn't make reference to one. So I need your guidance if this dual approval doesn't seem to be in accordance with subsection 1. So my proposal is for us to state the dual approval to be in reference to 1. I so propose. Abangard, what's...
But why are you saying it is not in line with the provision when 26(1) is saying that money shall not be withdrawn from the fund unless the withdrawal is jointly authorized? The word used here is jointly. Honourable members, let me put a question on clause 26. As many as are in favor of clause 26 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Exemptions from taxes.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, clause 27 is a surplusage. The Constitution provides for conditions under which tax exemption can take place. And I don't think we should necessarily legislate how the Constitution should be applied. So, with respect, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should completely expunge clause 27. It's needless.
Honourable member, I share your view, but apparently in the laws that we have passed, I was here, the third rule. I have been arguing this particular provision, but all the time I have lost the argument. So this has become part and parcel of our laws. And as a student who so much believes in consistency,
Mr. Speaker,
as a student who so much believes in consistency.
Mr. Speaker, last year I was on this side when we were considering the Civil Aviation Act. Mr. Speaker, the argument that we raised at the time to support this clause was that most of the time when they go in for facilities, the lender wants to see a clause like that, a provision like that in their acts, and not necessarily to rely on the Constitution, so that they will use it to secure themselves. But in this case, we are saying that this fund cannot even enter into any loan agreement.
The question that they asked me
any lender to...
at that time, I will ask you the same question. What harm is this provision causing?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that if the Constitution has spoken, what more do you need to say about what the Constitution
That is why the provision says, subject to Article 174, is subjecting it to the Constitution, first and foremost, and the Exemption Act that we have passed. So it doesn't derogate from the Constitution, and it doesn't derogate from the Exemption Act.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it's like saying that all the provisions of this act must be made subject to Article 11. It's like saying that every clause is subject to Article 11.
No, this particular
clause.
This particular clause.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that
the exemption from taxes.
Mr. Speaker, we have been learning from you. We have been taking guidance from you. Even at the committee level, when we were considering this issue came up. And I agree with you, Mr. Speaker.
I indicated
but if
my
you are
position.
abandoning your position, Mr. Speaker, I'll follow you.
You should have agreed.
I'll follow you.
You should have agreed
Mr.
with
Speaker,
me
I'll
then.
go with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
put a
Speaker.
question. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have a big of concern in this House making these provisions when it comes to exemption from payment of taxes. one of the biggest concerns and issues when it comes to our tax revenue are the way exemptions are treated. And so when you check the Exemptions Act, efforts have been made to streamline it such that we don't have these things happen. If you read the clause very closely, and I read, subject to Article 174 of the Constitution and the Exemptions Act 2022, the fund is exempt from the payment of taxes that the minister responsible for finance may in writing determine with the prior approval of Parliament.
Yes.
And there's been much problems with exemptions that have been provided without even coming to this House for approval.
No, that is not what the provision is saying.
So, no,
what you are envisaging, what you are envisaging when
Yes.
it happens,
Yes.
it will be contrary to this particular provision.
I understand. So my respectful view is that why are we trying to, what if you look at the object of the fund and what they are supposed to do, there is nothing in this execution that should warrant us contemplating an exemption from the payment
So
of tax.
when they bring the proposal for exemption to Parliament, let Parliament refuse it.
Exemption?
Yes, because the law is saying that as determined by the minister in writing with the prior approval of Parliament. So when it comes to Parliament and Parliament refuse them, then the exemption will not be granted. So for me, so long as this does not derogate from the Constitution and the Exemption Act, apart from the fact that the argument he made is to the effect that the provision is superfluous. Whether it is here or it is not here, you can exempt without the Constitution, without the Exemption Act, without Parliament approving. But once it is here, it does not also spoil anything. So I'll put a question on clause 27. As many as are in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Accounts and audit.
Chairman of the committee.
Honourable
Yes,
Speaker,
Honourable Chiwete.
There's no advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Annual reports and other reports.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, once again, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 29? Honourable members, these are templates. As many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Classification of road maintenance activity.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 30? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 30 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Allocation of monies of the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Others are doubting. I'm the vice chairman. That's why I'm standing in for the chairman. There's no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 31, the question is, as many as are in favor of the clause standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Allocation criteria.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 32? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Payment from the fund.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 33 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Release of monies for emergency work.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there's no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 34? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 34 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Annual maintenance plan and funding criteria.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I have no proposed amendment, but just to bring your attention to Order 55, 3 and 4. Order 55, 3 and 4. So I'm bringing your attention to it.
Honourable members, because I didn't start the House, my attention is drawn to the fact that we have exceeded 5 hours. Honourable members, in view of the fact that we want to adjourn early next week, I intend to extend the sitting beyond the prescribed hours. So sitting is hereby extended. Honourable members, I think we put a question on clause 35, or we are now on clause 35. Yes, clause 35. Chairman of the committee, no proposed amendment.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, as many as are in favour of clause 35 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Performance-based maintenance contracts.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? As many as are in favour of clause 36 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Use of approved contract templates.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, clause 37 deals with the use of approved contract templates. When you go to 2, it states that an implementing agency shall not amend or depart from an approved contract template. When you go to the 3, it says that a road maintenance contract that substantially deviates from an approved contract template without the prior approval, written approval from the AG, given in consultation with the minister, is void and unenforceable, and payment shall not be made under the contract for this fund. Mr. Speaker, my challenge is this responsibility of contract template is on the fund and its administrators. But a contract properly signed and executed by a third party, who may be an innocent third party when it comes to the contract template.
I remember, how innocent will you be if the law is telling you you can't do that?
We are now passing the law.
Yes.
So I'm making a
But
submission.
you know, generally within the meaning of the Constitution, law does not take retrospective effect.
I know.
So the law only takes prospective effect.
I know.
Now, after the passage of this law, how do you claim you have innocently entered into a contract which varies? from the template.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as representatives of the people, and as someone whom I know that these issues have very dark consequences, I am of the respectful view that we should be mindful of the lack of enforceability on contracts that have been properly executed based on a contract that has been signed. No, feel free. I agree. You make your. So, yes.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Though we do have standard forms of contract, we notice that sometimes some managers of the entities go and insert particular conditions of contract which are not fit for purpose. And people go to court and hold us accountable because it was signed in the name of the state. Currently, AG and PPA are developing standard templates of contract. And we are saying that under this law, if the contract is not entered using the standard approved, those contracts shall not be tendered in as legitimate contract to be paid for from the road fund. It's as simple as that. In fact, the road fund shall not enter into any road contract. So they are not even party to any road contract. So they will not be party. This law is saying that if you go and create your own and fit for purpose contract and you bring it to them, they will not pay simply because that contract is not fit for purpose. So this rendition is proper. Let's leave it in there like that.
Yes, but Minister, if you come to 3,
Mr. Speaker,
there will be the need to do away with the word substantially. Other than that, you can deviate, but they must determine whether that deviation is substantial. So I propose that in 37.3, or I guide that in 37.3 we delete the word substantial. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I share that view, and I want to propose that we delete substantially from clause 37.3 and leave it as it is, so that we are being guided by subclause 1 and 2.
Yes.
So we don't need to even deviate to the minutest level, and not to talk of even substantial. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I support the proposal that the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Minister, what do you say to the proposed amendment? The essence is that when you leave it substantial, it means you have to go to court to go and argue that, yes, I have deviated, but the deviation is not substantial, or the deviation is substantial, before you can refuse payment. So you may deviate with the approval of the Attorney General.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, not necessarily with the permission of the Attorney General. Every contract can vary to a certain degree. And when we are given responsibilities, as you know, we are supposed to exercise that in a manner which is not capricious, which is not malicious or anything. This is saying that if you make any changes to a contract, let's say the location requires that certain things be done in a certain way. It couldn't have been done based on the standard contract.
Yes, but I believe the standard that they will be providing will not indicate the location, in view of the fact that the location may vary from one place to the other.
Okay, in that case, his rendition is not.
Yes.
Let's just incorporate what he's
very well. So the proposal is to delete the word substantial from 37.3. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The amendment proposed to 37.3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question on the entire 37. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 37 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Public accountability and reporting.
No advertised proposal, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 38 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Digital and institutional integration.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 39, the question is as many as are in favor of the clause standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Misappropriation or unauthorized use of monies from the fund.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, those in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Submission of false data or reports.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. The question is as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Failure to disclose conflict of interest.
Chairman of the
Speaker, no
committee.
advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Withholding or non-submission of mandatory data.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 44 standing, 43. As many as are in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now 44.
Obstruction of audit or monitoring.
Chairman of the
Mr.
committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
Those in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Unauthorized disclosure of confidential information.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Non-compliance with technical audit requirements.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Submission of fraudulent performance certificates.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 47? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Tampering with road condition survey or maintenance data.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Liability of body corporate.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 49 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Publication of notices, guidelines, and directives.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 50? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 50 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Supervision at the district level.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 51 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Technical audit.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 52? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 52 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Immunity from suit and attachment.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is those in favor of Clause 53 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Regulations.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to Clause 54, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 54 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Interpretation.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to Clause 54? To Clause 55? Any proposed amendment to Clause 55?
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to Clause 55, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 55 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Repeal and savings.
Chairman of the
Mr.
committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 56? Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 56 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57.
Transitional provision.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to Clause 57? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to Clause 57, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 57 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An act.
Yes.
If we may humbly look at the second consideration in respect of Clause 50, the interpretation Clause 55, in respect of emergency works. Under we are defining emergency works, but in the belly of the bill, we didn't use emergency works. We say emergency maintenance. So if Minister, if we can reconcile. Okay. Great. So if we can. Speaker,
You see, they have defined emergency maintenance and they've defined emergency work.
Oh, I see. Okay, Speaker, then I'm guided.
Long title.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country and for related matters.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of consideration stage of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025. Yes.
Oh, this guy. Is back. Mr. Speaker, it was still in relation to the second consideration, but he's brought the maize back, so I don't know whether. Yeah.
There's a definition that is very important. Yeah. No, speak.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 55, where we have the definition for district assembly, we have a district assembly includes a metropolitan assembly and a district assembly. I think it should have been and a municipal assembly.
District assembly includes.
I will direct the drafters to put the correct rendition because it's a constitutional. Yes.
The Local Governance Act defines district assemblies to include municipal assemblies.
Yes.
So there's no need for anywhere
yes.
we use district assemblies.
Yes.
It includes municipal assemblies and metropolitan.
Yes. 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 Camilo. Give it to Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, what the honorable member said, the definition of a district assembly includes metropolitan assembly and a district assembly. We should add municipal assembly too, because
that is why I directed the drafters that we have a constitutional interpretation for it. So the drafters will just adopt it. It's a regular rendition, constitutional provision, so they will adopt the correct rendition. Honourable members, having ended the consideration stage of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025, we then move the motion numbered 10. Minister for Roads and Highways, you may move the motion numbered 10.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that motion captured as item number 10 on order paper addendum be taken today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 10 for the third reading of the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 at page 3 of order paper addendum. Say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 is duly read the third time and passed. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Any indication?
Speaker, that is, please. Speaker, that is so. Speaker, business statement is ready, but we want to take, for purposes of getting it distributed to members, in the interim, we want to take item number 7, statements. I believe that there's 1 or 2 outstanding statements, so we'll take them. By the time we are done, business statement will be ready so that we can take it and bring the curtain down on today's business. Bro.
Yes.
Speaker, I have no objections to that. I have no objection.
Very well.
Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
Yes. Clerk, let me have copies of the statement to be taken. Honourable members, we have a statement standing in the name of Honourable Alexander Roosevelt Hotoje, MP for Central Tong, on the murder of Nelson Enyina and the rising canker of ritual killing in Ghana. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to, with a very heavy heart, draw the attention of this August House to an alarming and tragic incident that has occurred in Central Tong. That is the brutal murder of one Nelson Enyina, a 24-year-old native of Usuta in the North Dine district, who was residing at Abakperume in the Central Tongu district. The young man was reported missing to the Ajidume Police Command on the 4th of December 2024 by his mother, Madam Comfort Hate, a trader at Donkokrum in the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, the initial disappearance of Nelson left local leaders and the community members in a state of shock and fear until relentless effort by the community, by the National Intelligence Bureau and the Ghana Police Service, including the intervention of officers from the Volta Regional Command of the Police Service in Ho, brought relief to the residents. It is gratifying to note that investigations led to the arrest of 3 individuals: Wisdom Khadido, Courage Beju, and Agustina Esinu Fiawepe at Abakperoma in the Central Tongu district. Upon series of investigations, these suspects later confessed to the investigators that they struggled the young man to death at around 11:30 p.m. on the same day he was declared missing. Mr. Speaker, further investigations have revealed that the lifeless body of the victim was reportedly transported in a tricycle to Blokopa, a village near Mafiajidume, where the body was sold to 3 brothers, Noah, John, and Johannes Bolo, for an amount of 10,000 Ghana cedis. An initial payment of 7,000 was made with 3,000 in arrears, showing the sheer commodification of human life for ritual purposes. Mr. Speaker, this is not an isolated case. The Central Tongue District and its surrounding communities have become hotspots for suspected ritual murders. Okada riders have frequently fallen victims to these criminal elements. They are murdered either for their motorbikes or for ritual purposes. Mr. Speaker, in June 2021, a young man called Kobla Abraham Chomana, a native of Mafichakpo, was also murdered in cold blood. The whole area was thrown into fears and residents could not go about their normal duties until I single-handedly funded the investigative efforts of security personnel of the area to get the perpetrators of this heinous crime arrested. They were processed for court, but no one knows where that matter has ended. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker. These are not just anecdotal accounts. These are cases that have left families shattered, entire community living in fears. Mr. Speaker, the nationwide trend of ritual killing is growing. According to data from the Ghana Police Service and various media houses, between 2021 and 2024, over 70 reported cases of suspected ritual killings were recorded in different parts of this country, including Kaswa, Wa, Sunyani, and Central Tongue. In April 2021, the ritual killing of a 10-year-old boy in Kaswa by two teenagers shocked the whole nation and sparked public outcry. In Wa, series of killings targeting private security personnel created panic, with some bodies discovered mutilated and suggestive of ritual motives. In the Ashanti region, reports of missing persons, particularly women and children, continue to rise, with many believed to be victims of human sacrifice and money rituals. Mr. Speaker, the implications of these acts go beyond the loss of lives. They scare investors away, incite mob actions, and diminish public trust in our security system. Mr. Speaker, I wish to call upon the Ghana Police Service to intensify its surveillance on ritual-related activities and to fast-track the prosecution of all 6 suspects currently in custody at the Regional Police Command in the Volta region to serve as deterrent to others. Mr. Speaker, I therefore call upon the IGP to, as a matter of agency, not only increase the police visibility in the area and make available one strong vehicle for the District Command of Police in Central Tongue. Mr. Speaker, Ministry of National Security should also conduct a nationwide intelligence operations to identify and dismantle and register shrines and criminal networks engaged in ritual killings. The Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs should partner with traditional leaders in educating communities and also regulating spiritual practices, besides those practices that glorify blood rituals and human sacrifices. The Ministry of the Interior and the local government to strengthen district-level community policing and vigilance groups to monitor and report suspicious movements. Mr. Speaker, it is sad to inform you that Central Tongue District can only boast of 15 police personnel in the whole district, which alone can give rise to, in no small measure, to the ritual killing. The Ministry of Energy should also provide more street lights to the various districts for installations to prevent some of these crimes being perpetrated in obscure environments. Mr. Speaker, we must not wait until another life is lost under a horrific situation before we take action. The death of Nelson is a clarion call to act, not just in Central Tongue, but across Ghana. No Ghanaian, regardless of age, class, location, should live in fear of being kidnapped or murdered for rituals. Justice must be swift, visible, and effective. Right Honorable Speaker, I submit this statement to this August House and urge all members to lend their voices to this urgent national concern. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maker of the statement. Yes. Honorable Minority Chief.
Speaker, with respect, I just realized a statement that stands in the name of the Honorable Ernest Yaokumi had been admitted and it's on the console. May I pray you so that he also presents it, then you can allow comments on the two, if it pleases you, Speaker.
So you want that statement in the name of the disease
Yes,
presented,
I've related to
or
my colleague.
another statement?
The one that has been admitted in the name of Ernest Yao. Enim.
Once the person is no more, how would he be presenting his statement?
I said
Enim. Okay. Very well. Very well.
I said Enim.
No, first you say Kumi.
I said that. Well, Speaker, then.
Yes. So, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this urgent statement on the need to address a matter of grave concern, the deplorable feeding rates and the inhumane living conditions in Ghana's prisons. Mr. Speaker, following our recent fact-finding mission to the Nsawa Medium Security Prison and subsequent engagement with the management of Ghana Prison Service, the committee has been left deeply alarmed by the realities within our correctional facilities. The daily feeding rate for prisoners in Ghana is a mere 1.880 Ghana cedis, an amount that cannot provide even a basic nutritious meal in today's economic climate. This woefully inadequate figure not only undermines the health and dignity of inmates, but also exposes a regrettable neglect of their fundamental human rights. To put this into perspective, under the Ghana School Feeding Program, school children are allocated 2 cedi per day for their meals. While this amount is also insufficient, it is essential to recognize that these children return home to their families daily, where they may receive additional care and nourishment. In contrast, prisoners have no other support system and are entirely dependent on the state of their nutrition and welfare. The current feeding rate is not only inadequate, but also a direct affront to human dignity. Many prisoners rely on the goodwill of family members and charitable organizations to supplement their daily rations, a situation that is neither sustainable nor acceptable. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of this neglect are devastating. Widespread malnutrition among inmates, some of whom are serving long sentences without inadequate nourishment. Overcrowding, with facilities like Nsawa Medium Security Prison holding over 3,500 inmates in a space designed for just 700, an overcrowding rate of over 400%. Limited access to clean water, proper sanitation, and medical care creates a breeding ground for disaster and despair. The absence of meaningful rehabilitation and reintegration programs leaves many prisoners unprepared to re-enter society thus perpetuating the cycle of crime and poverty. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget that the majority of Ghana's prison population, over 70%, are remand prisoners or serving short sentences. Many are young people, petty offenders, women, and even mothers with infants who should never be subjected to such inhumane treatment. Ghana, as a signatory to the United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for the treatment of prisoners, which is the Nelson Mandela Rules, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, has an obligation to uphold the dignity and fundamental human rights of all persons, including those in detention. Mr. Speaker, we cannot claim to be a just and democratic nation if we continue to treat the most vulnerable amongst us in such a manner. Being incarcerated does not mean being stripped of one's humanity.
That they are likely to bring the social protection.
Our recommendations. In light of these concerns, I call on the government to, number one, immediately review and increase the daily feeding rate to an amount that reflects current market realities and ensure the nutritional needs of inmates are met. Two, allocate dedicated budgetary resources in the 2025 mid-year budget to improve prison infrastructure, including sanitation, healthcare facilities, and security. Number three, undertake a nationwide prison reform agenda in collaboration with Parliament, SHRAJ, the judiciary, and the civil society to address systemic challenges, including overcrowding, poor health conditions, and lack of rehabilitation programs. Number four, implement gender-sensitive policies to address the unique needs of women, children in conflict with the law, and vulnerable groups within the prison system. Number five, establish a bipartisan parliamentary inquiry into the state of Ghana's prisons and report back to this House within 3 months with actionable recommendations. Five, and number six, fulfill Ghana's international obligations by aligning prison conditions with global human rights standards, including the Nelson Mandela Rules. Mr. Speaker, the measure of any society is not how it treats its privileged, but how it treats its most vulnerable. The men and women behind bars are Ghanaians, our brothers, sisters, and fellow citizens. I will continue to advocate for prison reforms, demand accountability, and push for a correctional system that is just, humane, and rehabilitative. The committee calls on the Ghana Prison Service, the Ministry of Interior, and the Ministry of Finance to work collaboratively to improve the general living conditions within our prisons, ensuring that inmates are treated humanely and by national and international human rights standards. I wish to express my gratitude to SHRAJ for their relentless advocacy in protecting human rights in Ghana, and to the Ghana Prison Service, including the officers in charge of various facilities and the Director General of Prisons, Ms. Patience Bafoboni, for their dedication and openness in engaging with the committee during our visit. Mr. Speaker, the time for reform is now. Let us not wait for a crisis to spur us into action. Thank you for your attention, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, how many contributors do we take each? One. Very well. Then I'll give the floor to Honourable James Agalga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the maker of the statement, who happens to be the chairman of the newly established Human Rights Committee, of which I am the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed true that as part of our mandate, we paid a working visit to the Nsawam Medium Prisons facility. And as a result of our engagement with the prison authorities, quite a number of issues came to the fore, and the maker of the statement amplified some of the issues that came up when we visited. First of all, Mr. Speaker, it is true that the feeding rates for prison inmates in this country is a blot on our conscience as a people. Mr. Speaker, 1 CD 80 pesos for 3 square meals a day is a blot on our conscience as a people. When this matter came to our attention, we took action. In fact, the authorities were duly notified, and some assurances were given to the effect that the feeding rate would be increased from 1.8, 1 CD 80 pesos to a minimum amount of 5 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, 5 Ghana cedis for 3 square meals a day for an adult, not a child, an adult. Mr. Speaker, I think we should not politicize this matter and speak truth to power. This particular increment must be done immediately. There was an omission. We are reliably informed when the budget was read for the first time. Now, when the issue was raised...
Conclude. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, these are human rights matters. These are human rights. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, we paid a visit to the Nsawam medium prisons. And so,
Honorable Member, the drafters of our rules knows of a human rights matter and then indicated 5 minutes. And the last time that the business committee came, they said we should reduce comment on the statement to 3 minutes. So I am not invoking anything new. That was the business statement that we have adopted. Or honorable members, was that not the business statement that we have adopted? So you have to comment within 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence. The chair, we are masters of our own rules, and when it suits us, we're able to change the rules because the exigencies and the circumstances warrant it, with the greatest of respect. So, Mr. Speaker, the feeding rate is something that we need to immediately respond to. And I'm very passionate about this. We sit here, all of us are potential candidates for jail. We are potential candidates. Mr. Speaker, the second issue that came to our attention was the fact that congestion, the rate of congestion in our prisons is 40%. So in this country, congestion is 40%. There's 40% overcrowding in our prisons. But the governments in the past take measures to resolve this problem. Yes, in 2015, the President Mahama administration started the construction of a remand prisons within the Nsawam medium prisons enclave. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, works have stalled. Again, this is one intervention that should be done immediately so that we can separate our remand prisoners from convicts. At the moment, they are combined. That is legally untenable. And so action needs to be taken in this regard. Again, Mr. Speaker, time without number, we have stated that in this country, when minor offenses are committed, the only option judges are constrained to exercise, the only option they have is to impose custodial sentences. Now, how do we resolve this? The resolution lies in the passage of a law which would allow for community service. Time without number, we have made this point. It appears the time has come for action to be taken so that we can have a sentence bill brought before this House for quick passage. When that is done, Mr. Speaker, the rights of our citizens would be best protected. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, one other issue which came to the fore when we visited the prisons was the plight of condemned prisoners. Giant steps were taken in this country to abolish the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, we are not complete yet. we need to take action in respect of the constitutional provisions which ties the hands of judges. For instance, convicts for the offense of treason. Treason is a matter that requires a referendum because those provisions are entrenched. So maybe as the Constitutional Review Commission continues to do its work, this matter must be brought to their attention so that we can amend the Constitution in order that we achieve abolition, in this entirety. At the moment, it is only those offenses, murder and the rest of them, which are related under the Criminal and Other Offences Act, which have so far been abolished.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and let me conclude by saying that when it comes to human rights matters, it is not for nothing that the Human Rights Committee was created. And so when we present reports before this House, we need to be taken very seriously. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
We are left with the leadership. Okay.
Speaker, I just admire the convergence of mind and the non-partisan narrative by the two speakers, the Honorable Ernest Enim and my colleague and a brother, the Honorable Agaga. I just admire how they are working together. Speaker, not to rehash the issues raised. First of all, my heart goes out there to my colleague and condolence to the family and the entire constituency. I think this matter must not be left to die naturally. So later in the day, when the business statement is read, we must find a way to get the Interior Minister, who doubles as a National Security Minister, to be here. Maybe we should, under Order 60, we could come under Order 60 and meet him at closed sitting, because it's a sensitive national security matter. Then we can engage him and get some update. Speaker, the Sound prison is in my constituency. Medium prison is in my constituency. And I have been there countless number of times. Speaker, you need to be there to tell the story. It's pathetic. Truly, structural expansion has started. The last time the minister was in the House, he had said that that particular building the member spoke to has gotten to 70%. So we will appeal to the minister to ensure completion of the work, which will reduce the congestion. The minister also related to custodian sentence and what the ministry is doing. But I guess we need to go beyond the narrative, the normal narrative and the diplomacy that we often engage in, and get practical and real. And so I support and commend the maker of the statement. I commend the committee, but their work should not be restricted to the medium prisons alone. Honorable Agaga, you agree with me? Human rights abuses is all over the country, in the markets and some other places. We should go beyond the prisons and find other places where our work can relate and bring these matters up to the front burner, and then we can show leadership as a public servant and find a way which is common to address it. So, Speaker, having said that, I thank you. And the member said that when, as a human rights, a new committee in the standing order, we should be giving attention to their works. Yes, Honorable, that is why the statement was admitted. We had agreed we were not going to take statement, yet the Speaker compromised and took the statement. So your works, I guess, is appreciated, and the Speaker gives it all the attention. Speaker, having said that, I thank you for the opportunity, and I'm grateful for the opportunity given.
Thank you, Majority Leadership. You yielded to Peter. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, is it to me or to my brother? Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm insisting on speaking because I am a former Director General of Prisons in Ghana. And I have 10 years experience working with prison reform in the United Nations system. I want to associate myself with the statement made by my colleague and to urge this House to seriously consider the issues raised. Mr. Speaker, it is not just only about food. 1 cedi 80 pesos. What will that buy? And that promotes diseases, hunger, and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, it would have been good if we agreed that we all go and sleep at the prison for just one night to have a feel of it.
Yes.
I want to say that in the past, I've had the opportunity of hosting ministers in this country, in the prisons. While some of them were there, they were sending for me to come and they would tell me how we can improve upon the prison system. Mr. Speaker, it is not a child's play to be in prison for just one day. The overcrowding is just terrible. We used to say they sleep like how you position sardines. In Sawam, it's not the worst prison. I wouldn't mention other prisons, but they are very, very, very bad. I associate myself with what Honorable Agalga said. Look, we must have a special session to discuss the prisons. What did Mandela say? That if you want to measure the democracy in a human rights in a country, then go to the prisons. He was there for 27 years. And when he came, his attitude to prisons and prisoners have changed, or changed at that time. Honorable members, I want to say the overcrowding is because of the way we are managing our criminal justice system. Because anybody who goes in there has no other means to seek redress, because most of them cannot afford the legal fees. And particularly with drivers, if you are alleged to have committed an offense and you are sent to court and you plead not guilty, you are going in for 2 weeks remand. And the consequences of that is not easy. Because you lose your job. Mr. Speaker, the alternatives to imprisonment are not being used in this country. It's not just community service. Some of the issues are even diversions. How to keep juveniles away from adult prisoners. If we are not careful, we are turning the prisons into schools or universities for learning how to commit crimes, because first offenders are associated with hardened criminals. And what is the consequence? They learn criminality inside the prison, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you. I think in the near future, we will have an opportunity to really discuss our prison system. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I was getting enthused with your submission. Thank you very much. I think we will bring this particular statement to a close. Honorable, you will come back. So, honorable members, we will we will go back to the normal order paper, item 6. Item 6, the normal item offense order paper. Today we've dealt with about 2 order paper addendums, but I'm referring to the original order paper, item 6. Business statement for the 10th week. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip. Who is having his microphone on, please?
Speaker, may I speak? Yes, Speaker, may I seek your link to present the business statement on behalf of? I am acting in place of the leader. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present the business for next week. Your committee met this morning to consider business for next week from Monday to Friday, the 1st of August. Mr. Speaker, we will be willing to take formal communications by the Speaker. The number of questions listed for next week are 21 in number. 7 standing in the name of the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. 5 in the name of the Minister responsible for roads and highways. 5 for our brother, the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Then 4 standing in the name for the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. In all, 21 questions. Speaker, we haven't listed any urgent question for next week. Speaker, in pursuance of Order 91.2, ministers may be permitted to make statements on government policy and such other matters of interest, of national interest. Speaker, bills and papers may be presented and laid. Motions and resolutions, Speaker, may be taken. Speaker, the very thorny issue of referrals, the committee considered the referrals, and the records will bear us out that we have as many as 7 referrals before the Finance Committee. The Public Accounts Committee has 17. Speaker, the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development has 67. Speaker, the Committee on Public Administration and State Interest has 7 referrals. Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies has 4. Speaker, Committee on Lands and Natural Resources, they have 5. Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs, 6 referrals, Mr. Speaker. The list of 4 is the Committee for Agric and Cocoa Affairs, 1 referral. The Committee on Youth and Sports has 2 referrals. Committee on Works and Housing, 3. Speaker, it's important that we itemize the referrals so that the committee leaders are encouraged to pay attention and deal with some of these referrals, especially as we are going to the long vacation. Committee on Roads and Transport, you have 3 referrals. Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism, 3. Committee on Employment, Labor Relations and Pensions, they have 1. Committee on Education, Mr. Speaker, has 38. And Committee on Gender, Children and Social Welfare, 2 referrals. Subsidiary Legislation Committee, Speaker, 6 referrals. Committee on Health, 4. Committee on Energy, 8. Committee on Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs, 1. And Committee on Defense and Interior, Mr. Speaker, has 1. Speaker, in respect of the number of contributors for the budget statement and economic policy ably presented by the Minister responsible for finance yesterday, the committee determined that we'll begin to take the contributors from Monday, the 28th, but it will be in this order. The two leaders will have 45 minutes for the two leaders will have 45 minutes each. The other leaders will have 30 minutes. Ministers of State, Mr. Speaker, will have 15. Chairpersons and ranking members of committees will also have 15. Vice chairs and deputy ranking members, Mr. Speaker, they will have 10 minutes. Speaker, all other members will have 5 minutes. So that we anticipate that by Speaker, the committee came out with this structure. The two leaders, the majority leader and the minority leader, will have 45 minutes. Other leaders, they will have 30 minutes. Ministers of State, will have 15 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Chairpersons and ranking members of committees, Speaker, will also have 15 minutes to make their contributions, Mr. Speaker. Their deputies, as in vice chairs and deputy ranking members, will have 10 minutes. Then other members, Mr. Speaker, we will have 5 minutes. Speaker, we anticipate that by Friday, the 1st of August, these matters would have been effectively handled and the House would have been adjourned sine die. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Honorable members, the business statement for next week has been read to us. I will invite comments and issues any member would like to raise with respect to the statement read to us by the majority chief whip. Yes, minority chief whip.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Let me commend my friend, the chief whip, for standing instead of for the chair of the business committee. Speaker, a few issues. The first one has to do with the number of questions proposed to be asked. So I don't find it impressive enough, and I say this in the context. I am aware of the endless number of letters that ministers have written to this House asking for questions to be reprogrammed. So as a result of that, it has led to a number of the questions standing in arrears, a number of them. Now, on the average, we had often done 45 questions for a week. I'm struggling to understand why we have 21 coupled with all the outstandings. What it means is that most of the outstanding questions would have been left out. So may I pray, my friend, to be a bit flexible and look at key outstanding questions that are left out. Then we can rope them in and up the 21 questions proposed to be asked for the ensuing week. I think, Speaker, is a very valid point. And besides the point, we will be rising. And members will not have the opportunity until we return.
Thank you.
Speaker, I commend I think it was a decision we took that we should list the outstanding referrals. From the time we took that decision up to now, I haven't seen any improvement. It is either getting more or it's static. And we have often put the pressures on the majority leader alone. So I invite you to order 232. Order 232 of our standing orders. So order 232 is on ways and means. And amongst the functions of the committee, it says, I'm particularly interested in E and H. The committee shall determine the resource requirement and the formula for the allocation of funds to committees. H, ensure that committees submit reports as required by law. So all these outstandings, we often say that the majority leader should ensure that they are programmed and and we put all the pressures on our colleagues. Interestingly, the Ways and Means is chaired by the Deputy Majority Leader. So, Chief Whip, you may have to bring this to his notice. I'm also a member, but he is the head. So please bring it to his notice. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, on committee composition, we are rising on Friday. We're still in defiance of Order 208. And Speaker, if you permit me, I'll take you to Order 208. Order 208. So we got compulsory, the head note is compulsory membership of committees. A member shall be appointed to at least one standing committee and one select committee. We still stand in defiance. On our side, I am aware of about eight members who were only in a committee. And so we have done the recomposition, kind of. And I know my brother and colleague has also done his. We have to either take a motion on the House floor, or if it has to be done administratively, the Speaker must direct, because it is under the purview of the Select Committee, and the Select Committee is chaired by the Speaker. So I bring this to the notice of my respected whip to take some action on this matter. So I invite you to rule on this matter. The clerks at table go through a motion of preparing ministers to appear to answer questions. And we often receive letters from the ministers saying that they cannot appear. And as a result, they just write the letters and resign. It should be, the ideal situation should be where a minister is programmed to come and do business, i.e., answer a question or do parliamentary business. I consider there will be time the minister may be constrained. But the minister must write to Parliament for Parliament to grant that request. That should be the jurisprudence. The minister must write to Parliament, and Parliament must grant that request before the minister can decide not to show up. That's why it cannot be the case that the ministers, we are an arm of government. So they are. So they should treat it with respect. Well, so I will invite your kind directives on this matter. I propose, for instance, I've missed my lands minister. Today he's here. If the lands minister writes that for some reason, maybe he's somewhere, I said if the lands minister writes that he's in Asankregua or some part of Western region fighting Galamsey, which is very committed to doing, then he writes. So he must wait on Parliament before he decides not to show up. I think, Speaker, you need to give this directive, and I invite your kind direction in this matter. Parliament must be respected. This is the people's representative. You cannot just write and say you won't come. And situations where they cannot come, Speaker, they must work closely with the whip. This is the majority whip. You write that you cannot come. Honorable Deputy Works and Housing Minister, if you are listening. Gisela, are you listening? Honorable Gisela. So, Speaker, these are matters I think we should all be bringing our minds to. Let me conclude on A very sad, today our colleague related a sad matter, killings of innocent citizens. And Speaker, I say this with a heavy heart. We have been reading news of people getting missing, and the next day or two, their bodies are found. We've read a number of them. I can cite them, but it's a national security matter, and I need to be cautious and careful how I relate to this matter. So I want to come under Order 60 and pray you that we invite the Minister for Interior and National Security not to meet us at plenary. He should meet us at closed sitting. Even yesterday, we had 2 killings again, the Ashanti region. Even today, it has happened again. Then we can have a closed sitting for him to brief us. We may also have some good suggestions. We are representing various constituencies, and members of parliament may be carrying unique and diverse information which could be made available to aid the works and operation of the minister. So I think this is a matter we can't, as the people representative, we can't gloss over. And I pray that, Speaker, you invite the Interior Minister to meet colleagues at closed sittings. It borders on. For the avoidance of doubt, I'll read, if you permit me, I'll read Order 60.
Frankly, I've read it myself, closed sitting of the House. But we are dealing with a business statement. So whatever suggestion you are coming up with should go to the leader of the House for now, because he has come out with a program for next week. So if you want him to bring something on board, let's address it to him. And when he responds by saying, fine, we can accommodate this or we cannot accommodate, then we can discuss it over.
Speaker, I'm respectfully guided. So I bring it to the notice of the Chief Whip for a direction in this matters. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Gapi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. The leader invited you to rule on the appearance of the ministers. Though it is a good call, I would like to find out your opinion, your guidance in terms of what is the departure from ministers' writing to indicate the unavoidable absence. That was the language we heard for 8 good years. 4 years I've been in this chamber. That's the language I've been hearing. What is emanating from the departure from that letter, where ministers have to rewrite back to Parliament to justify unavoidable absence? I would like you also to rule on that. Thank you very much.
Nowadays, everything is pushed to the Speaker to rule. Yes, let me invite the Minister for Lands and Natural
Thank you,
Resources.
Honourable Speaker. I was listening attentively to the Minority Chief Whip. Honourable Speaker, as you know, the work of ministers necessary often require that they attend to a lot of different functions across the country and internationally. So it will obviously happen that ministers may be outside the jurisdiction. And that is why the protocol to write to Parliament, to inform Parliament that they will be absent is always very important. And often when they write to the clerk, the chief director will communicate and agree on a convenient time. That has always been the protocol. And so I think that we cannot depart from that. You know, because Abampapa Abanti, as Atu said, we are consistently being here answering questions. And
what do you mean by Abampapa?
Good government, good governance, led by President John Dramani Mahama. And obviously, because of that, we are very mindful that we have to attend to Parliament diligently. And not too long ago, we were not even getting letters from ministers. They don't even write, and we're here. It was very interesting. Chief Whip, who was expressing frustration at the time. And now I know he's so happy that he has access to ministers. And we are at his disposal 24 hours a day. I mean, just today he has called me 3 times. Oh, you have not called me. I mean, we are at your disposal. And we are ready to serve. And we understand the importance of Parliament. And so I wanted to say that let's keep the old protocol. But, you know, we've been directed by the President that we must be responsive to Parliament. And that's exactly what we will do.
Yes. Chief Whip, you may... Okay, Chief Whip, let him listen to Deputy Minister for Western Housing first.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just want to bring a small issue to the attention. Mr. Speaker, I've complained privately, but I think that when you do that a bit and no action is being taken, then you have to bring it to the fore. These tablets that we have in front of us, some of them are not working. And as we go on recess, my prayer is that they'll finally be fixed so that we can access the documents. Because when you sit there and yours is not working, you have to move to somebody's seat or stretch across or do otherwise. And this is where we read them now. We don't often get hard copies. So if you don't get to read it or you don't come at this particular time, you miss out on all the information, the reports and all that is here. So please, I've had to complain officially here, but I've done it in private and it's not taking effect. These also have warranties. Remember, they are delicate, they have warranties. If we wait for the warranties to run out, they are going to go against us. So please, if that can be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Speaker.
Respectfully. You want to talk? Okay. Chief Whip, listen to him so that once you address it once.
Mr. Speaker, mine is also on the issue that I have constantly been raising with the utilization of the technology that has been given in terms of supply of papers and documents. Mr. Speaker, it's not just enough for papers to be placed on the console, because this console, papers placed on them leave the next day. It is also equally important that as they place the papers and the documents on the console, they will also forward same to the emails that they have created for us, so that we can have copies on that. Most of the time, apart from the order paper and the votes and proceedings, you hardly get a lot of these papers that are laid before here, and the circulation is not enough. So I urge that as we go on recess, the IT department will put on edge so that when we resume, this placing of papers in our emails will be done so we can have permanent copies for references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Majority.
Speaker, let me thank members for their comments, particularly comments from the minority chief whip in respect of the following. Now, it is to remedy the situation that we bill ministers of state to come at appointed times to answer questions, which often take 2 to 3 hours, even though question time appointed is 1 hour. Now, if we bill them to come, and then they come, then some agent businesses take priority over the appointed time for them. It disrupts their day. So it's also to avoid a situation where you appoint time for ministers and it clashes with other pro-engage or pro-engagement. So we decided that for next week, we'll slate questions for ministers who are available. So we don't get you to complain. So we want to get ministers who are available for next week to come and deal with the questions. so we don't fall foul of. Yes, these ones, they will appear and respond to the questions. We don't want to do that. But I agree that if we can accommodate, we'll see. These are proposed business for next week. That's why it's proposed. We are here to adopt. So, Mr. Speaker, luckily the deputy clerk is the clerk to the committee. So we'll look at considering which other ministers are available next week. We can accommodate a couple more so that they can come. Speaker, I agree that some questions, because of the nature of how fluid business is in the last days, especially when we are going on recess like this, they don't get answered. So they get buried. And eventually, even though they're advertised, we don't get to get ministers to come. So we may have to streamline that process as well. Now, the issue of the referrals. It's important that, like we considered at the committee, it's important that we advertise them so that the committee, the respective committee leadership, they wake up to their responsibility. And also, we are also not in breach of the order 208 that you highlighted on. So the committees are well structured now. So we may have to get the chair for Ways and Means Committee to be sending reminders to committee leaderships, exhibiting to the reminder notice details of the referrals and how long the referrals have been with these committees, so that he will prompt them, he will equip those committee leaders to make sure they action the referral. So it's well noted. Yes, the issue about the finalizing the composition of the committees, you and I, we are the two most busiest. We don't sleep. We don't get to sleep early because of works like this. But we've done our work, including finalizing the sitting arrangements, so members can have their permanent sitting places, so that when they come into the chamber, they know that this is my seat. These are two of the major things that we need to conclude before we come back: the sitting arrangements as well as the committee issues. So, Speaker, we'll finalize with Speaker whether he will give directive that it should be done administratively, or we'll do so, we'll carry it by a simple motion on the floor to see through the amendments. Especially also because the last batch of the ministerial appointments gives us opportunity to make some last minute or the last adjustments, because if you are deputy minister for transport, you may not have to sit on the Roads and Transport Committee. So we have a window to make those last minute adjustments. Then the issue of rescheduling, my brother Ano, I don't think we can construe it as a means of disrespecting or disrespectful of Parliament. It's a matter of the exigencies, and they can only write. But the difficulty I have is that the demand that, Speaker, when a minister pleads for rescheduling, that approval, that leave must come from Parliament before it's granted. It may never get granted. You know how things work. So I'll plead that we, like the new model we've adopted, will confirm which ministers will be available for the preceding week. Then we'll list their questions so they can attend to the House and answer them. I'm sure that will reduce the number of rescheduled letters that you get. Then the issue of the killings. Yes, as a House, the issues have been raised. Speaker, like we do, the issues are raised, comments are made, referrals are made to committees, they come back, oftentimes to all ends. So we may indeed have a way of reviewing how we handle some of these matters. That when there's a matter of national concern and Parliament's attention is engaged, how do we handle it? We don't have budget for some of these things. So we'll continue to encourage members to raise the issues, and so they attract national attention. That's the only way as Parliament we can ventilate the matters as they occur in our respective constituencies. Then the Honorable Gisela raised the issue of the consoles not working. Yes, I agree. Initially there were a couple of them. That's why they were doing a test run. But Speaker, over time, we've discovered that some in the category of those that are not functioning, we are getting to see a lot more. So I believe the leadership and the head of the parliamentary service, they will take note of the concerns raised by members so that replacements can be done before we come back for its fully rollout. Now, as to adding emails to, if we are sending information, well, it's regular, so we'll take note of it and add that whilst the information are posted onto the consoles, and then we are also getting hard copies. Emails of members as provided to the ICT department will also be used to send a lot of the documents that go wrong. Speaker, the issue of the Minister responsible for Interior and National Security coming to brief the House. Next week, yes, at closed sitting, next week is tight, but we'll see, because we need to, let me engage him and see his availability, that this matter has engaged Parliament and it's very necessary and urgent that he comes to brief the House. But I don't want a situation where he will be invited and then there will be an excuse. So let's get his availability. We have just next week to do this. So let me get a specific date, then I can get back to you. Speaker, I thank you. I thank members for the concerns that they have raised. Do you have?
Thank you very much. You want to raise an issue? Yes, I think the majority chief whip has responded to almost everything. With respect to the deputy minister for Works and Housing, yes, I think he has responded to your issue. But what I know is that at any point in time, 2 of the microphones can work. Initially, they did it 3 or even beyond that, but they realized people were abusing it. While somebody is trying to prick another person, so we have restricted it to only 2. So the speaker's one will always be on, and the next one is the one the speaker probably has asked to speak. So it is only 2 that at any point in time can work. That is the way they have programmed it for now, because we don't want it to be abused. If we make it 3, once you're speaking, somebody will also be, it's not working. Yeah, those ones which are not working, I think the chief whip has already spoken to it. By the time you come, I think the administration will look at all those ones, yes. So on that note, I will put the question for the adoption of the, so I think we've done justice to it, and the business statement for the next week ahead of us is hereby adopted. Yes.
Speaker, clearly we have done enough for the day, today being Friday, and we want to thank the minority leadership for the support. We want to thank them. It's not every day that we...
Why minority leadership? Thank all of us.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'll do that. I'll do that. But let me thank the minority leadership and the minority for... It's not every day that we litigate. As for the majority, yes, thank you, gratitude. And Speaker, to the 2 of you, your good self and your first deputy, we thank you so much. Today, we thought that business would be lighter, but it's so heavy. So thank you. And table office, gratitude as always. Security, man, media, we thank all of you.
and we wish you a fruitful weekend and a restful one. Backbenchers, have a restful weekend. Speaker, so on this note, I move that we are in your hands, Speaker.
Yes.
We are entirely in your hands.
So I'll also thank you.
Speaker,
I
Monday,
also
2 o'clock.
Come again.
Monday, 2 o'clock.
2. Are you coming at 2?
Yes, let's do 2.
2.
Yes.
Very well. So I also thank you for thanking all of us. Honorable members, as we've been informed, we are coming on Monday, 2 o'clock. Monday, 2 o'clock. Today is, Monday will be what date? Today, 28. So 28 July 2025 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.
I'm not there.